Hi, Raven. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Welcome in. No common. How are you? No common sense. How are you, Tosh? Welcome in. Let's tap this screen. Let's bring these tabs up. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Radiant K. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. So, I don't know why I don't see Mama Africa. Where are you, wonderful woman? Yes, welcome in. Mama Africa is in the house. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Let's tap that screen. Let us tap that screen. The taps I see, they are not the taps I'm seeing, they are not consistent with what I'm seeing. My taps are not consistent. My taps are not consistent. They're catching up. Okay, they're jumping. Okay. They are now looking okay. Let's tap the screen. Let's bring the taps up. 20, 20. Okay. All right. Encourage viewers to help you. I'm so happy to have you here. 314. I see 700. They're catching up. They're catching up. They are catching up now. Somebody said I look good in yellow. So, booyah! I'm in yellow again. Don't ask me to stand up because I'm not gonna. I'm just going to warm myself with my blanket here and be in my lotus state here and bring you closer here. So today we have this open Q&A. Today we are going to be talking about anything that you want to talk about. Please hold the screen like this and a list of names is gonna come up. Share with everybody on that list. Share, let's power share this live. Let's power share the live. Let's power share the live. Hold my forward like this. A list of names is gonna come up. Share with everybody is on that list. Power share the live. This way you get to boost the engagement. This way you get to thank you so much, Radiant K. You get to tell the algorithm that we need people here. Oh my goodness, I am in C1. How did that happen? And when did that happen? Shit. Whoa. It's getting real. Okay. And that's some shit. And that's I'm in C1 and I didn't know. Miss you, sister. Okay. So thank you so much for the heart me. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's bring my charger close. So thank you so much, Nico. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you for taking the time to come and talk about. Thank you so much, Radiant K, for the heart me. Welcome back. So today we are having this open discussion. We are going to talk about anything that you want to talk about. The questions that you want to talk about, the experiences that you have been having. That's why making sense. Taps are not making sense. Congratulations. You are so silly. Where is Joe? I want to report you to Joe. Where is Joe? Joe is sleeping. America is sleeping. So today we are yes 2 point yes now they are making sense. They are making sense. You see, the taps are making sense now. So everything now is coming into like the catching up. Today we are going to be talking about anything that you want to talk. B-Link, don't talk about that. That's why I was saying I'm in C1. Don't do it. You stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Let's stay in C for a while. Stay, stay, stay. You know, C is very cute, it's very cuddly, it's very cozy, it's very comfortable, it's very give me words, give me words. Chilled. Yes, it's very chilled. I love that. It's very comfortable. It's very why is compromising situation coming into mind? Because it can be compromising. And the same person is urging us to embrace change. You are throwing stones today, Tosh. Seriously. It's very changing. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but we are not in a. Oh, I know what happened. G happened yesterday. Welcome in, Mama Sita. Welcome in. So today, this is what we're going to be talking about: the uncomfortable, comfortable, cozy, clumsy, all these words that come with the C. The Wells. It was the Wells. They did it, and oh my goodness, oh my goodness. So there was a lot of fishes swimming the sea yesterday, and I think that is what made the sea become very scary. Sea, scary. Sea with a scary move. Yes. So keep them coming. Yes, yes, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be talking about anything that you want to talk about, anything that you need clarity on, whether it's your business, whether it is your children, whether it is your relationship, whether it is your sex life, your passion, your pleasure, anything that you want to talk about. Today we are going to be having this wonderful discussion. This is an open Q&A. Anything goes in today. So as we tap the screen, please hold my forward like this and power share this live for everybody that is coming in this room, because we only have 21 power shares so far, and we want to bring this live to this room. Thank you so much for the power shares. Let's share this live. Let's share this live. Let's share this live. It's a weekend and we want to have a very wonderful discussion. So when you power share this live, TikTok sees you and says, oh, those people want people to come and engage with them. And we want people to come and engage with us. Because as you talk, you can only have perspective from one person or you can have different perspective. Life is a buffet. Life is never been something that one person just, that's boring. We are co-creating with one another. Life is a co-creation. It's the spice of life. You want people to engage with you. You want different flavors from different continents and countries, and that is what TikTok is helping us with. Different areas so you can broaden your horizon. Your palette can have all these sensations. You can have all these perspectives, and then you can choose what feels good to you. And that's why we are here, to co-create with one another. Really. So when you ask a question, you want to see a perspective, then another perspective, and another perspective. Welcome in, Joe. And another perspective. This way, the spice of life. You know, it takes all these colors to complete a rainbow. It's never one color. And how beautiful is the rainbow? That's why we want to engage with different people from different countries, from different continents. Yes, the other Joe, this is not the Joe, this is the other Joe, because there are very many different Joes. So, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Do you have anything that is lingering in your mind that you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? What have you been thinking about? What have you been dreaming about? What has been pondering in that head that wants clarity? What are the questions that you want to ask about? What are you thinking about? One Goshi King, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you. 3.7 taps. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? So, as we are thinking about what you want to talk about, does anyone speak TikTok? Because I don't understand this language. Popular Live, 300K, 700K. Okay, we can do 100K. We always do 100K. So 100K is what is the bare minimum of what we are looking to get today. Oh, C1. That means more responsibilities. Why me? So today they are asking me to do the same thing they asked me to do a battle. I'm not going to do that. I'm still going to wait until I have my wings to fly to do a battle. Unless it's a weekly challenge, I'm not going to engage. I'm sorry, because this time they give me is the time that I can battle you. But they want me to battle a scheduled battle at 20 hours. It's still the same message over and over again. It has not stopped. But they never tell me who I'm scheduled to battle with or anything. So I don't understand. I don't get it. We have 4 people with roses. We have I am G. I saw you come in. I am G. Welcome in. Welcome in, G. And I have a bone to pick with you because you know what you did. Do you know what you did? You better show up because you know what you did. Mama Africa, one more rose, please. There we go. G knows what he did. That's why he's in the shadow. So let's keep tapping. Let's come up. Let's talk. Come up here and let's talk. Let's talk. You come up here and let's talk. Let's keep tapping that screen. 4.4. I have 5.3. So I think they're catching up. Radiant K, what happened? What happened to you? I'm sending you invites. Okay.
I don't know what happened. It just disappeared.
Nico, what happened? Welcome in. Welcome in. So now I can type. What happened? I can now have. I can type. You see? It's because I touched your name. Okay, I see how I can do that. So welcome in, ladies. Amazing, amazing, amazing. This is crazy. Let me try and invite Isis. I don't see her here. Renee. Can you imagine the wells? What? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? C1. I was very happy with where I was. I was okay. I was comfortable. I was cozy. And then, hi Chevy, welcome in. So, what you wanna talk about? Tosh, have you done the meditations that I sent you?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mama Africa.
Hello.
Good morning, Josh.
Yes, I did the two meditations. I did the two meditations. The one was fun. The other one was very emotional. The third one, I listened to the video. I know what I need to do. It's just a matter of doing it.
Thank you, Chevy, for liking the live. What are you doing down there? You already know what to do? Okay. Nico, I know you are in a noisy place, but how are you doing?
I'm great, fam. I'm great. How are you, Rainbow K? Tosh? Fam, we've been speaking the whole day, you and I, and Tosh. But yeah, I'm great, guys. How are you doing? Good afternoon.
And we are going to talk. We talk a lot. Yes, we talk a lot. And mostly it's repetition. And repetition is the key. Don't ever feel like, oh, I already answered this. No, 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 no. You didn't answer this. It's now new frequencies, now new time. You speak, you repeat yourself. Repetition is self mastery. Repetition is the key. Even with your children, don't say, oh, I spoke about this one time. So this, no, 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 no. Repetition is, yes, chef, repetition is key. Welcome in, Chevy. We repeat ourselves. We keep repeating. Hi, Caroline. Welcome in. You repeat yourself. With your children, you repeat yourself. And you repeat yourself, maybe you repeat it with a different, a few words. Change the words, but the same thing, repeat again, because that's how we learn. That is how we learn. If you don't repeat and you say, I said this, dude, you said it, but I wasn't there to receive it. Repeat it again for me to receive. Thank you so much, Avi. Thank you so much. So don't feel like you can't repeat yourself. A few years ago, I was so much in my ego, and I was those women who say, I never repeat myself. But you know, in this planet, we come here forgetting. We forget. We forget we are gods to find ourselves. We forget because there's this veil, and the veil is now thinning. So we forget. And if we don't repeat things over and over again, it's like a movie. One time you see this movie, and when you repeat it, you say, oh my goodness, was this scene in this movie when I watched it? It's because repetition is key. That's how you master something. That's how you learn something. If you never repeat that something, you never get the learning. Great things happen is in threes. That's all I say. RDJ, welcome in. They happen in threes. So if you want to learn something or read a book and to understand it, read 3 times. Read the book itself, listen to the audio, and listen to the audio while reading the book. I don't know why I say that, but I'm telling you. 3 is creation. Blessings to you too. So yeah, RDJ has been just hiding from us. I don't know what we did. You've been missing your frequency. So come out and play with us. Let me celebrate you. Thank you so much, Alti. Welcome in, Major Baba Mbegu. Always rechargeable. Always reachable. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So today we have open discussion about anything. What are you thinking about? What do you think about? What do you want to talk about? Chevy, why are you not making soap nowadays? I'm working with my mother in the market. But Oh, you're at work, no problem. But who's gonna take care of Chevy if she's not teaching and giving that excuse? Who's gonna take care of Chevy? Why can't Chevy work her own life? Then she can go and take care of mommy. What happened to your students? I'm being nosy today. I don't know why I'm asking this question. I don't know why I'm asking these questions, but why am I asking these questions? So you know why I'm asking these questions. Thank you for the confirmation. So Chevy, take care of Chevy. Anyone else? Don't make me hack your brains now. You know I can do that. Don't. Ah, I'm on the road. It's noisy. I'll just tap for you. Okay, sweetie. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you. I want to talk about breastfeeding. Do you know once a mother, always a mother? And unless you stop that milk, it is raw energy. It's like the energy in your ovaries. Don't run away. Don't run away. Come back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I forgot how to mention your name. That's why I could not call you back. Today we are having an open Q&A. So that energy is raw energy. Is like the energies that we have in our ovaries. It's raw energy. It's power. Is like a battery. I don't know if it's gonna make sense to you, but it's like battery. You can convert it to energy. So you want to massage yourself and activate that energy. You want to breathe with your womb and activate that energy. And this is whether you have the physical parts or not, it's all about the energy. There is that connection where a breastfeeding mother, when that baby is feeding, the uterus is becoming small. Look at you, Chevy, leveling up. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So whether you are a mother or not, you have this energy. And if you are a mother, you will always be a mother. The body is like that. A body of a woman is that powerful. And it doesn't matter if the children of the world are your physical or biological children. Zakele, it's been a while since I saw you. How are you? So this is you just being a mother. Welcome in, Zakele. How are you? It's been a while. And nowadays you are jetting in. Oh, that's amazing. And I haven't seen you anywhere on any live. It's good to see you. It's been a while. You are good. Yes, it's been a while. Are you still going live? And when do you go live? Because I've not seen you in any live. I haven't seen you in any live. It's been quite hectic at work and you have been traveling. That's amazing. So now are you back? Or are you back? Are you going to be going live? You haven't gone live. Yeah, because I never see you. It's been a while. Zakele is one of my brothers from South Africa. He was in my coaching classes. That's how I know him. And I know the people who we were in class. I see them, but I've not seen you in any live. So welcome back. I hope when you go live, you invite us to see you. Yeah, I'm on and off planning to do something tonight. We'll see. Okay. Let us see you. Welcome back. Yes, yes, yes. So Saturdays, we just do open Q&A. We talk about anything that we want to talk about. Questions, answers. Sometimes I mumble whatever is coming through. I just say it. Thank you so much for the heart me. I can invite you to talk to us. I love to hear from you. I love to hear from you. Talk to us. Reverend, you're here. Isaac Ele.
Hey, how are you?
Fantastic.
Great. I'm not gonna stay. I'm not gonna stay, but yeah, hello. I see Raven, I see Chivisky. Hello, everybody on the panel.
Hi.
Hi, Zakele.
How are you?
Great, thanks yourself.
Yes, good.
Hello, Zakele. We are good, thanks. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks.
Hi, Zakele. It's been a while. Haven't
It's
seen
been
you
a
for a
while,
while.
Raven. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
So are you back in South Africa now?
I'm back in South Africa. Uh, I'm back home. It's been on and off. It's on and off. I live again every week. But I do stuff on TikTok. Yeah, I've been participating in box matches and all those other things. But I'm back. I'm back. So it's on and off my traveling. It's quite hectic, but I'm here. I'm here.
That's amazing. Welcome
Mm,
back. Let's celebrate you.
thank you. So what are you talking about today?
Today we have an open Q&A. We are talking about anything that you want to talk about, whatever you are curious
Oh,
to know
okay.
about. This is what we chew on. So do you have a question?
Not at this point, no. Thank you. No, not at this point.
So you connect with Zakele, is somebody you want to know. Is also a fashion guy, which I love. He's a gentle soul, very inspirational, somebody you'd want to definitely know. And I'm so happy that you're back now and we can also interact with you. So welcome back.
You're so sweet. Thank you. So kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to talk about anything? Raven, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Superb, spectacular, amazing.
Powerful. I like to hear that. I really love that. That is to do with your mindset and how you look at life, and it's powerful. And I'm a great believer that, when you have clarity, you have a direction. When you have faith, you have hope. And it's all about your aura and your energy. And it's about, no matter what challenges you may face, you still will look at it, you still will challenge it, you still will turn it around as an experience, as an insight, and turn it around positively and move on. And that's what I like about you, Feminine. You self-reflect and utilize your energy with a very powerful aura, and that is nice. And we all know that not every day is going to be the same, but you try to do your best to make your day as happy as possible, no matter what challenges you may go through. And that's what I like about you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And thank you, thank you, thank you. Melon, welcome back. Oh my goodness. Have you gone to sleep? Have you slept?
I was trying to fix my hair a little bit. I'm in my bathrobe.
Me too. It's a Saturday.
Got the hoodie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Do you know everybody here? Let's all connect.
I'm gonna say Torch, yes. We didn't speak one-on-one. I don't remember, maybe. Radiant K, that sounds familiar. Shivi, Sky, yes. I don't know if I know Zach Hill. Was it Zach?
Okay.
Zach Hill, the digit? I don't know. And then Raven Journey, yes. Hi, everybody.
Hi. So everybody here is quality people, different continents. I feel like I'm representing the entire UN here.
Okay, yeah.
Which is amazing. What do you all want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about?
I wanted to talk about staying hydrated.
Let's do it.
I put lemon peels or orange peels. I always put citrus in my water because it helps to get the nutrients our cells need quicker.
I love that. I love that.
Thanks. That's why I disappeared so fast. Had to go get my water.
Yeah, I like to put my water some lime juice. Yeah, it also tastes better. Somebody was asking me, is I don't like to drink water. I like to drink juice after I eat. And I like you can never replace water. There is no you cannot negotiate. You know we like shortcuts. You can't negotiate yourself out of drinking water. That's crazy. That's
I guess it's for them. What's for them may not be for you. That's okay.
sweetie. Water is water. There is no talking yourself out of water.
Yeah, do you know how much water we're supposed to have a day compared to our weight? Say you weigh 300 pounds, okay? Just a number I threw out there. You should drink 150 ounces of water a day to stay hydrated.
I love that.
It's really easy to remember. So I drink 150 ounces of water a day. Just kidding.
Yeah, because
You got it. That was a good laugh track.
they love sugar. Yes, they love sugar. So that's why they stay out of. I am having a serious conversation, trying to negotiate. Oh, so you are one of those people. You can never talk yourself out. You can never convince anyone. You know you're negotiating with you.
Tea.
So
Can I say something about tea?
yes, please.
Tea is better than coffee. Okay, we'll say that. Maybe with your tea, you can dilute it more. Say if you have 4 ounces of straight tea, right? And then you would add maybe 16 ounces of regular water. And that would be negotiating using tea to hydrate.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Does the tea have to be with sugar or honey or anything, or just straight tea? Sweet,
Oh,
welcome.
sweet tea. Sweet tea is an issue because of the sugar context. But having a little bit of molasses in your tea is okay, but everything in moderation, right? But I'd go with molasses or honey.
Welcome in, Natasha. Honey, I love honey. Do you have molasses in South Africa or anywhere in Africa? We only have honey, I think, in most of the stores. So stick to. And I have a trick about I have a trick about the honey. Zakele, are we holding you hostage?
No, 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 no. Leave. I will tell you when I leave. You're not holding
Right.
hostage. We do
Okay.
have molasses in South Africa. We
All
do have
right.
molasses in South Africa. It's
Mm.
not just regularly used, but we have it.
Okay. But it's not a common practice to use it, right?
Yeah, I have it in the house. I used to enjoy oats with it, but I've stopped eating oats because yeah, as I eat regularly oats, I get cold sores. So I've avoided it. Those are some of the food I had to avoid because I'm prone to cold sores. And one of those is oats, and I love it, but I used to enjoy it with molasses. It will be that and porridge with molasses because it's also not sweet, right? It's not very sweet, but it gives that how, almost kind of like it's a balanced kind of like taste that is not really tasting like sugar, but it's not too sweet either.
Oh, okay. So the trick I wanted to talk to you about, and that is a very good explanation for molasses because I didn't know that, and not so many people like it. Also, we tend to gravitate towards the sugar because we are lazy, because sugar is already there, and we don't know the effects of sugar and how dangerous it is. Honey and cinnamon is a very allopathic remedy for cost. Yes, yes, yes. So the honey has to be raw honey. You see, this honey we buy in the shops has already gone through the factory. And when you heat honey, it becomes sugar. Did you know this? The local honey has not gone through the heating process because everything that goes through the factories has to go through a heating process to conserve it to, yes. So always check the ingredients, absolutely. So we have the raw kind of honey. That's the best one I could tell you. And if you can get it directly from a farmer, that is also the best one because it has not gone through the factory. Here in the States, there are FDA requirements for the ingredients. Oh, yes. And most countries, really, yeah. Most items, yeah. So you don't have farmers who can give you raw honey? because I know I love my raw honey. I would rather import it. In the airport, my suitcase, the kilos is honey, and stuff because I love my honey. And when you are using the honey, don't put direct hot water. Start with warm water so that it doesn't become sugar. Honey is very delicate. It turns, it becomes sugar, and it starts to behave like sugar when it's heated. So that is something that I found very interesting. 1 teaspoon of honey, 1 teaspoon of cinnamon, mix and eat. You also want to stay from cinnamon if you are pregnant. FYP, higher. Okay. So you found your people. Welcome in. Touch on this 82 here and get your daily heart me. This way, you are going to be notified when I go live, because I go live every day and we talk about different things. Today, we are just talking about anything. Open Q&A. So I think now we're talking about remedies, about natural ways, herbs to cure a sore throat. I love that. Honey digests more easily than sugar because of the enzyme added by the bees. Oh yeah. Breaks down sugar before consumption too. You do know your honey. You want to take us through the entire lecture? We'll be listening. No one has a question. Tell us this honey story that you're so passionate about.
So my grandfather, he had apothecary. So he was a person who prepared and sold medicines with drugs, okay? And so with bees, it's similar, it's a similar name, and it's an apiarius. I can never say it right, but I remember when I was little, he had like 20 to 30 beehives on the property, and he would go to replace the screens, and he'd pull them out of the hive, and you can just see the honey dripping, right? And the worker bees working, and then when it was time to harvest the honey, he always asked my mother if she had pantyhose she's not using, like pantyhose. And I'm like, why are you always asking my mom for pantyhose? And then he told me, he says, you get clean pantyhose that have been used because they've been stretched out, and then you can siphon the honey from the comb. You can use it as a sieve, and it just comes out so smooth and without bees or extra particles from the screen or the honeycomb. And it worked. It really did. And it was a good, easy way to put all the honey in jars by using the pantyhose. So I thought that was a fun story to share.
I like that because I've never thought about the pantyhose. I use the big sieve, but it never gets the work done. But I'm gonna try that. Welcome in, TMZ.
Have you used pantyhose for onions to keep onions
And
lasting
garlic.
longer?
And you hang them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
true. And only for white and yellow onions. And then for the red, you use a paper bag to keep them longer. And you poke the holes. I learned.
I love that. I love that. I didn't know about the red onions. I'm gonna do that. Thank you. See what I'm talking about? This you can never learn anywhere else other than why Open Q&A. We are free. It's what? Freestyling it. Anyone else has anything they want to share? Anything they want to talk about? I have a passionate this. Is it because of the breath or the taste?
Onions are good for you too, good for colds. You can put an onion in your sock overnight and it helps to extract the phlegm from your lungs.
Yeah.
I know the advantages. You're so right. I can't stand onion. Even when I cook, I don't use onion. I can't stand the smell of it. I just can't stand the taste of it. It's just never worked with me. It's just never worked with me. And I think you're absolutely right. It's got very good medicinal properties. And then if you
Yes.
peel it, if you not really peel it, if you slice it and put a little sugar on it, it extracts I think water, the juices come out of it. A spoon of that does wonders for a child's cough. But I
Yes,
can't stomach it either. I can't stomach it. But yeah,
you can use honey. Yeah.
it's a
I use
necessary
honey, but it's the same. Yeah. My bad.
yeah,
Thank you for letting me interrupt.
necessary yeah. So it's a necessary vegetable in the house, but well, I guess different strokes for different folks.
What about, have you heard the one where you put a onion in a place in your home that has a lot of moisture, that like, or the bathroom or somewhere, you put it up high and it helps to absorb the moisture in that area? Have you ever heard of that with
Like
onions?
put like raw onions.
Mm-hmm. And you put it in a bowl and you put it kind of like up in your closet if it gets moist up in there, or the like a bathroom counter.
I haven't heard about that. I know about smells in the fridge. So if you clean your fridge and the funny smells that don't get out, you put it in there, you close it. Then the next day it will be smelling fresh.
Right.
But I've
That's
Ah,
why
never
you
had
don't use the
really?
yeah,
onion
yeah,
if it's been cut. If it's been cut without the end, you don't use an onion that's been in the fridge over 24 hours that's been open, because it attracts all of that.
yeah. Yes,
Hmm.
absolutely. That's everything. That is not smelling nice in the fridge. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Raven. It's a powerful vegetable, but for some reason I can't stomach it. I can't ingest it. I ingest it with so much struggle.
So, Radiant K is asking, does that mean that you don't use onions in your meals?
When I cook, I don't.
What do you do with
Uh,
the oil?
no, I normally use the green, yellow, red peppers to
Oh,
replace onion. I'll use garlic. I never use onions. I don't like onion. So we fight with the wife because she loves it. But I know anything that she has onion in it, that is not going to be fed to me. She also knows it. But I think, yeah, and I think it's families enjoy it in that stews, in different dishes. Yeah,
wow. I don't know how to cook without an onion. I always feel like there's something, or maybe it's a programming. I don't know. I always
you're
feel like there's
conditioned.
something missing.
You're conditioned, and it's okay. You're
Yeah.
conditioned. I mean, I use garlic, and I can tell you, I will not use it in every other dish that I cook. So if I use garlic in one dish, it has to give me that aroma, and I don't want that aroma in any other dish. I think it's just important that every dish has its own taste. I think that's important. But I find that in our homes and families, We use onion in every dish. You'll be the chicken, you'll be the whatever potato, there'll be onion. And it's just overwhelmingly powerful. And the smell of it, it's so powerful. And I think that's what attracts people to it. People enjoy it. I
Mm,
think I'm just the opposite when it comes to it.
yeah. Oh, it's the programming. And my mother cannot cook without it. You'd better go and ask the neighbor for one. I'm telling you. You love to eat it raw? Ooh, Raven. The raw kind, what we usually do, because we also do that, we have a meal we call kachumbari, where we cut the tomatoes, the we put on the raw onion, we take some tomatoes, we take some coriander, but we cure the onion, we put into warm water and move the juice, take the onion. Maybe we kill it, but I don't know. We unalive it because we take all the nutrients. But yeah,
I like to use all of the butternut and pumpkin squashes and things for pastries and cakes and rolls and pies. That's my specialty.
you bake.
I like to bake. I like to make pumpkin rolls. I like to do butternut squash pie. That's my favorite. Or make butternut squash soup. I like to do soups too. Soups and pies and stuff like that.
Mm, that's amazing.
Because with soup, you can do such a variety of things. Always have onion. You always start with that. It's like onion, garlic, carrots, celery. Isn't it called something? It's like there's a certain name for it. It's I can't think of it now, but that's like the base, right? You get some butter and you saute everything, and you have that base, and you can do so much with it, right? You can start a sauce.
Yeah, it sounds like in your house it smells delicious all the time. You can just gain weight by just smelling your food. Like
Yeah. That's what you just have to drink 150 ounces of water a day.
to keep the weight away, but man,
Gross. But no, it's good to eat from your garden. And like, I learned how to make a keyhole garden or a kitchen garden, keyhole garden, and its origin is in Africa. You know, the keyhole garden, where you start with the compost basket in the middle, and then you work your way out in layers, and how you'll have all the space you need for different plants. And outside of your kitchen, so you're able to put your compost in the middle and add the water, the like gray water, and it feeds itself. It's called a keyhole garden.
oh, okay.
It looks like a keyhole, and it's perfect for somebody just starting out with their first garden and they don't have very much space.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Did you see that?
I think that is in the towns, in the suburbs where there is no space, not in the villages. Like I'm a village girl. I'm a very big village girl. I don't do well in the towns. So for
I
me,
think
I'm
it
a
can
real
be used
farmer.
all over. Right. Do you use a tomato trellis, or you just let them grow on the ground for tomatoes?
On the ground.
Yeah. You don't use a trellis, right?
No, no, no.
No.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's talk about the trellis. How do you set it up? I've been struggling. I plant my onion onto the ground, and I think it gets problematic as it grows. And when it's time to harvest it, it's all over the soil and all that because the trees can't really stand strong on their own. How do you do that trellis?
For me, I use the bamboo. So what I
Okay.
do is I have my tomatoes and I have the bamboo and I stick it in the ground next to the the root of the tomato plant, okay? And then I let it grow up this whatever, the bamboo. And it's basically just um a stick, I guess, a very strong one. And then you can use different material to tie it off, whether it be hemp or some soft material to kind of help the plant grow up and out as fit. You can kind of, gauge it with how the plant's growing. And sometimes you need to have more pieces of bamboo sticking out of the ground going up, and then you can connect them to the other plants. Like it kind of looks like a patchwork of like a quilt, but they're in different little squares that you can use the twine.
Oh, okay. I
I
think I see what
YouTube
you're talking
video.
about.
I don't know.
No, I think I have an idea. I can imagine it. No, I'm
Oh,
sensing after we've just gone into our raining season, so I'm replenishing my garden. So that is good advice. And one of the things that I would like to plant is tomatoes.
yeah. I think the most important thing too with gardening is the watering and being very watchful of the watering because there's, there's some plants that don't need as much watering, and then there's other plants like corn that needs water all day, every day.
And
You
cabbage.
know, mm-hmm. And watermelon and celery and plants like that. So it's really cool to see, and then have those companion plants that enhance the other plants or help protect them from pests. It's pretty neat.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Okay, Feminine, please take me down. It was lovely to spend time with you. I'll see you again. Thank you for inviting me.
Are you running to garden now?
No, it was drizzling today. There's no chance of being
Nice
in
to
the
meet
garden
you.
today.
Thanks for the conversation.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Zakele. Appreciate you. I hope to see you
Thank you.
again soon. Let us know when you
Okay.
go live so that we can come and see what you're doing and
Okay.
just love on you.
Okay. Thanks. I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, gardening. I have funny stories about gardening. Yeah.
Gardening is a part of my spirituality. It's a part of my values and my purpose and connection with the earth and myself. You know, I even came up with this like coping skill and I call it rage gardening. Rage gardening.
Hmm.
See what I do now. If I having a moment, I'll go out there and just start pulling weeds aggressively. And it makes me feel better.
Oh, that will take me a few months because the kind of land that we have, it will take a lot of work. Take me up on that. That sounds amazing.
And it does too. And it's like my way of giving back, giving to the earth, and the earth will give to you. It's like we get as good as we give. That's the law of
Absolutely.
compensation. So, compensation comes in many forms. It can be knowledge, it could be money, of course, but it can also be time and gifts. And I think that's my way of giving to the earth by respecting the earth tilling the earth, but not too much, and putting back the nutrients that I may have taken from it, or my neighbors did and they didn't put it back. So I can do it.
I love that. And I love that you said not too much, because we like to overdo things. We like to keep the earth producing. But the thing is, the earth has to go through a time where it's just recuperating. It's been dormant for a while, waiting for the next season. So we are not actually doing anything, because some people want to come in and do something as we are waiting for the next season. But just allowing the earth to recuperate and to bring back its own fertility, and that's the rejuvenation I'm talking about. It's about balance and respect and love. Yes, definitely. Crop rotation, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you so much for that. Yes, that's the word.
It's nice how we all have a little something to give, right? Because when we're in these moments, giving is so much better than receiving, and knowing that no matter how much you give, you don't have to expect anything in return. You just do it because it feels right in that moment or that time that you're with people. They can inspire you to be even more giving. Like Raven brought that up about the women, just join the Mother Earth of planting, and you grow and understand your spirituality. And then it finally came to me like, oh shit, excuse me, that's the spiritual side, and that's all goes along with my values and my connection to others and the earth. So thank you, Raven, for planting that seed. Haha, yes I
No,
did.
that's fine. You know, the thing is about when you have an open mind, you will look outside the box and your spirituality grows with you. So your concept on how you see things, your perspective to how you see things will go beyond your reasoning of your understanding. And then you can actually relate to it. So that's just me. That's how I see things. I see things beyond any other perspective to do with Mother Earth. And it's about understanding. And it's about when you actually plant a seed, you're actually planting the seed in you as well as you doing the physical form of planting a flower to see it grow. And that's why you mentioned about balance. There has to be a balance, because if you overwater it, it's going to drown. It has to be a balance whereby you only need enough for it to grow. Just like how we grow, if we overdo things, we know that the balance is not going to be there. It's going to be that we may overdo something that is too much, that may have a negative connotation to our mind, body, soul connection. And that's why we have to try to strive for balance in our life. Hence, controlling those stress levels that we know that can create a bigger problem in our life if we don't control it. It's about that balance. In everything that we do, it's about balance. Thank you.
I love that. I love that a lot.
And having
So
places like this, having these places to remind each other, those helpful reminders, those gentle reminders that we need sometimes. Because a lot of the times I know I'm not open to receive, but I need to be. And so when I get these gentle reminders, it's like, oh yeah, I need to be more open and not so fussy about it. So thank you, Raven. You're amazing. You bring out the best in me.
Thank you. You are amazing, because I love your concept and how you look at life, and you can only grow even more and more deeper within yourself, and you learn more. So that's how I've learned. I've learned from a child right up until my adult, and I'm forever learning, and it doesn't stop. It only stops if you decide to stop. Thank you.
thank you. I like to remind women that we are the earth, and actually, we have the earth inside of us. It's not separate from us. We are the earth in the way that we have our fertility, just like the earth. We are the producers of life, just like the earth. The energy of the goddess is inside of us. We are the goddess. So as much as we are living on earth, we are the earth. Tap into that wisdom, the giving and receiving, and taking time to recuperate. It's just like the earth. And the earth is a school. And it's a very, very hard lessons. I am telling you. Hard lessons. Very hard lessons. And guess what? I just found out the other day. Can you imagine one of the hardest lessons on earth here is to master joy? Joy. The mere joy.
And you know what? Joy is actually a natural emotion. It's one of the 7 primary emotions. And happiness and joy are the 2 ones that are hard for people to synthesize for themselves. Because
Oh
they
my
keep
God,
looking
I just want to
outside of
kiss him right
themselves.
now. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine?
What? I know, right? It's like, hey, stop looking on the outside. Synthesize. Synthesize. I can't even say it now. Anyways, you need to be able to, we'll say, recalibrate it, bring it back in, and say, you know what? The best happiness I get when I least expect it, and I'm able to turn like a bad situation into a really, really happy outcome.
Thank you. Promise, welcome in.
Hi, how are you?
Let me see. Spectacular. Joyful.
I'm feeling joy.
Very nice. I'm listening in. I'm trying to listen in and get where the conversation is going.
And it's nice that it's keep going this way, because there's always some negative Nancy that wants to come in and have us be a part of her pity party, which I'm okay with that for a little bit. But then it's like we have to keep it moving, keep it elevated in a way that keeps things joyful, happy, loving, acceptance, and open to receive the message.
Absolutely. And the woman is the frequency of joy, but that is one of the hardest things that we can cultivate within ourselves. Do you know why? Because we have been told that the body of a woman needs to be living in pain. We have lived in pain since our first period. We have lived in pain since our first birth. We have lived all our days in pain. So cultivating joy is like pulling teeth. Is like, man, the hardest. Do you know how much joy there is in this planet? And that is one of the hardest frequency to embody. Can you imagine? We do not want to feel good ever. We don't want to feel good. We are always, oh, I tell you, the easiest path to self-mastery is through joy. No, but this thing happened to me. Yes, it happened to you, but you can still cultivate joy. I can show you. I have been there. No, but this terrible thing happened to me. Yes, but I'm telling you,
But
I
why
guess
is it them?
The internal source, right? Internal connection. Rather than the external reaction to good fortune. And there are those not willing to receive the message at that time, and that's okay.
Welcome in, Risa. Do you know why? Promise, are you asking why?
Yeah, I'm asking why we have joy naturally, but it's difficult for us to cultivate it. Why has it become a norm?
Because everybody that came before you were born touching the hot stove. And everybody that came before them were born touching the hot stove. And then some crazy woman comes and say, release the hot stove. You're going to feel much better when you stop holding that hot stove. It's like, no, 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 no. Everybody that came before me touches the hot stove. And like, I'm telling you, yes, but that is programming and that is old news. This is the new earth. And nowadays, you can let go of the hot stove and you feel much better. And you're like, oh, no, 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 no. What will they say about me? Who am I to not touch the hot stove? What am I gonna tell my children? It's programming.
Yeah. Especially if everybody does it.
I think you're
So it's
right.
just a force of habit, I guess. We can have the habit of cultivating joy and teach our children the same thing.
It does start at home. A lot of the time we discipline our children instead of direct them. Because when you're able to direct your children in a way that they listen and feel inspired, then they learn to thrive and be more true to themselves. But if we're going around saying, don't do that, don't do this, this is bad, that is bad, drugs are bad, sex is bad, like, well, it's good. Really? Let's move away from that. And when we could be more mindful as parents to be in the moment, to have it take advantage of those teaching moments for the children and direct them, lead, guide, and direct with love and understanding. And you'll find joy in that every day.
Absolutely. Isaac, are you awake, sister? So yeah, we never give ourselves the permission.
You said, "Are you awake, sister?"
Are you awake, sister?
I
Really?
am now. I am now with all of your guidance. Hey, fam, how y'all doing?
I'm superb. So what is the plan for today? Today, the plan is to talk about anything that you want to talk about, anything that is close to your heart, anything that you want clarity about, whether it is your business, your relationship, your love life, whether it is about your body, anything that you're going through, that is what we talk about here today. That's the plan. It's a good plan when you think about it. It goes all sorts of ways, but at the same time, it's in a very solid container because different perspectives, different opinions, different ways to look at that specific thing that you want to talk about. Thank you. Just Talk, I have seen you. Welcome in. So, Isaac, how are you? Yes, promise, say something. Let me not pick on anyone today. Just open your mics and speak your mind.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think of attachments? Why do we get so attached?
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah, why do we
Say that
why do
again.
we get so attached? Why is it so
Okay.
why is it more natural to be attached than it is otherwise?
Melanie, you wanna say? You wanna take this one?
Yeah, I'll come from a child development and psychology point of view, if that's okay with attachment theory.
No problem. Let's go.
So when we are born, we are naturally born with temperament. Everybody knows what that is, right? Temperament. And with our temperament, that comes from our genetics, okay? And so we get that from our mom and dad, our grandmas and grandpas. before we're even born. Now, when you were born into a certain family, whatever you chose this life, because I chose this life too, to be born into the family I'm in on this route, on this time around, there's not always a secure attachment with the person who gave birth to you. So having a secure attachment means that you came out of the womb, you had that skin to skin, they were a loving, mother and partner, or however that looked for you. So you're able to build a secure attachment. Now, then there are other children that, because of their temperament, they don't build such a secure attachment. It may be avoidant because their caretaker may avoid them for the reasons of because they cry too much, because they're too needy, they need to be held all the time, things like that, okay? Which is not the fault of the baby. It's just there isn't a good attachment, so it may be avoidant. And then there's also disorganized attachment, where you're not sure, like, if you're being loved or if you're being hurt because of, we'll say, there wasn't the skin to skin after birth, okay? Maybe you didn't have that. And then maybe discipline was with physical discipline, okay? So you're learning that the people who are supposed to love you are also harming you. That can create a disorganized attachment. All of this follows us into adulthood and how we attach to things: securely, avoidant, disorganized, and there's a couple other. But for me, that's how I was able to understand why we love things and use people sometimes, or we're so attached to things and not people, and vice versa.
Yeah. And majority of us did not get the skin to skin because when we got out of our mothers, do you know what the babies go through when they get out of their mothers? And I know there are nurses here, but I'm gonna tell them. They are turned upside down and they are spanked. Bah! And the first thing we do is to be abused as children, as tiny little babies. Do you know what that does to your nervous system? And you wonder why. And then you grow up asking, did my mother drop me? No, you were spanked immediately when you came out of your mother's womb.
Right? It's like that fight or flight mode. That's what you're put into. And so the adrenaline and cortisol, which is the stress hormone, gets built up and it stays there in your brain, in your brainstem. The amygdala, our what do they call it? Our reptilian brain, the medulla oblongata. It stays there until you're able to work through it. Some people are not. Some people stay in that primitive mindset, the asocial, sexual, and aggressive, innate behavior that a child is born with, that seeking the immediate gratification. They never grow out of that because they never taught how to grow out of it or grow into themselves in a way that was healing and healthy and supported.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is one of the things that I'm going to be teaching you in the sub only, because we need to heal these parts within ourselves and reactivate them again, because they are holding a lot of crap that needs to be let go for you to really switch off your light, switch off yourself, so that you can walk in your 100% capacity. Because sometimes we are not in 100%. Yes, healing that inner child. We talk about these things a lot. But what does that mean, Shadi, welcome in.
It means introspection, going within and analyzing yourself, and ask yourself these questions. Who am I? What experiences and influence have shaped my identity? What do I like? What do I dislike? Asking yourself these questions, doing it like a critical self-inquiry for me was like the first step in really accepting so I can heal. And I think that's the first important step. Yeah.
I just love hear you talking. That's why I'm just quiet today. I just wanna
I love it.
Thank you.
please
I'm
ask
learning it.
questions.
I'm learning it. So it's nice to be asked questions and people to listen, and that way I can, keep it in my memory for when I'm helping others, when I get my
Okay,
behavior
can I ask you a
psychology.
question,
Mhm.
Steph, Mel?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you see your inner child? Do you see that it has grown with you, or is it still remain a child, or has it grown with you where you sometimes may seek advice from that inner child? Because
Yeah.
that inner child can do know a lot of answers that you may not know, linked in with your mind, body, soul connection. How do you see it? Some will see that sometimes that inner child may be afraid, so therefore you have to heal that inner child in order to fully embrace it with you, so it has that close connection with you. Or it could be that inner child that is very hurt, that we have not tried to um, allow it to heal, so it can blend with you to be part of that mind, body, soul connection of that spiritual growth. Link with your mind and your physical being.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot of questions. I just want to kind of repeat back what you asked so I know that we're on the same page
Yeah.
and that I heard what you said. So, my inner child, is it still with me? And what would I say to it, or what does that look like for me, right? And at what
Mhm.
stages of healing? And is there ever I want to say this, there's never a destination in healing. It's always a journey, no matter what. So we have to get that out of our minds that there's a destination. Okay, I'm at the healing channel right here. Now my healing journey is over and I never have to do it again. Just take that out of your mind right now, because that's part of the journey. There's no destination. And so it'll always be with you. It just depends on what level you're at of acceptance. Okay. And some people they do disassociate with themselves and others. It's called disassociation or derealization, because they don't see themselves in their body. They can't, it's like they're in a movie, right? And so it makes it hard for them to express themselves and really connect to their inner child that they need to. Some don't see it that way and never will. And that's okay too. But for me, going this route for my profession and has actually helped on my healing journey. And the therapists are really like her name's Jasmine, and she said, I want you to write a letter to your inner child as the support your inner child needed from your point of view now as an older self. Write a letter supporting yourself as that child, but being the person you are today and the tools that you have. What would that letter look like or sound like? So I think that's a really good exercise to do.
Because, see, everyone will have a different concept about the inner child. Some will be close to it, some won't be, some will distance themselves with it, and some will grow along with it, because then that inner child becomes the same age level of yourself. So I just wanted to know what was your understanding in the sense of, you know, um, about that inner child, because I know that my inner child has grown with me. So me and my
Yeah,
inner child is in path. It's
it's
not
true. And
only,
there's,
yeah, and it guides me. It's that spirituality of my inner child that guides me from the day I was born right up till now. And we talked about about attachments, that when we're born, we have that attachment, if we have that feel factor towards our mother. But also, I'm also aware that that attachment can also be detached away from the mother and geared to the father, depending on what that child may have been exposed to, or trauma, or what they see their father may have gone through their mother's bad action, inflicted pain. So I know for myself what I was exposed to and what I've seen, I was very, very close to my father. My attachment was towards my father, not my mother. Yes, I loved my mother dearly, but my love for my father was a lot more stronger. So therefore, I was attached to him. But I was not attached where I was glued that I could not think for myself, because many things that my father could not guide me to, it was my inner child that guided me. Many things that my mom could not teach me or show me, it was my inner child that showed me. My inner guardian angel, I may call it, that guided me. And it still guides me now. And yes, I may have made a mistake, but it's that same inner closeness I have with my inner child that guided me through it and allowed me to look at life outside the box. That, you know, we are all open to different challenges, but it's how we deal with it. It's how we find ways of healing over time. And yes, we may wear the scars, you know, but we have the scars for proof. But we can also look about forgiving ourselves and forgiving, you know, the person who may have caused us that harm, which I had to look about forgiving my mom to what she actually exposed me to. But one thing I never did is to bring it to recycle it and bring it into my present life. When I had my children, I broke the cycle because I did not want them to go through what I went through. But as I say, that inner child, it depends on how you look at it, because we all have a different way of approaching it. We all have a different concept of the understanding of that inner child. But what I want to say, for me, that inner child, that innate inner child I had, guided me through certain turmoil in my life. It guided me to look outside the spectrum of the understanding why it was happening. It guided me to have the intellect that I have now, you know, which my father or my mother could not instill that in me. Or they would say to me, oh, you go to school to learn to read and write, and that's as far you need to do, you know? They didn't sit with me to say that, you know, this is what will happen in the long term, because their understanding of education was, yes, it's important, but what you do with it was something else, you know? So what I'm trying to say to you, that sometimes it's an innate gift that when you're blessed with an insight, having that connection or that spirituality that guides you through certain events and how you look at life and how you prove to yourself that you can become who you are today, it's very, very powerful. And that is the connection I have with my spirituality and my inner child. In other words, my inner child is the same level of where I am now, probably even more powerful than where I am now, because it gives me a very, very high insight into myself. Thank you.
Yep. Double applause for Raven and her journey. Yes. See, and that's how we can bounce off each other, by sharing this information. And as you're speaking it, I just want to shout it out to the world. So I just put it in the comments because I would forget. And it was like, as you're saying it about your inner child and connecting with it to help others and complete the cycle instead of repeating it. And I was like, oh shit, the inner child of authority is the healed sacral chakra, the safety and security. Got to go through it. Can't go over it. Can't go under it, can't go around it. We got to go through it and really embrace the darkness to shine bright in the light.
Yeah. Dad, you want to talk that up?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to sit with this some more.
I want to hear from Shadi, because she's also that CTU. I connect with him. He wants us to connect with him. I don't know. Let me check your profile. You are new. What are you about? Let me check you out. Shadi, you want to talk about anything that fancies you? I know you love to talk about the inner child. You will love that a lot.
Yeah, I love talking about the inner child. And when you mention the process of how the babies are born, it is so hectic. I've experienced the loss of my mom and I could feel the umbilical cord being cut again when I lost my mom. That's how deep I felt the pain. And that is why we forget, because it's so painful. As we are spirit, we could remember that process when we were born, but we push it away because it is so painful and so hectic. And we know why we get attached is because of one of the factors is that our parents, we get attached to our parents, we get attached to people. My mom and my dad, they represent the first people that I came into contact with on earth. So my dad being how I'm going to relate, how I relate with my dad and how I see him is how I'm going to relate with every male in my life. And if I don't have that healthy relationship according to myself, not according to what my dad is doing, then I'm not going to have a good relationship with males. And it goes also with with women as well. How I relate with my mom, it's how I'm going to relate to other females in my life. So we get attached because of in the background that we grew up under, and because we associate ourselves with the people that are in our life. Our worth and our image, our identity comes from where we come from. And as we grow and we do spiritual work and we start learning to rediscover ourselves, our identity, as one of the panelists said, that it's a journey, it's never a destination. And I think somehow we believe that I will do enough spiritual work and then there's a time for rest, but we can only pause and take a breather and carry on. So it's still a blessing to do this work while we have the physical body, because I imagine that it must be difficult when you don't have a body. That's why we have this embodied spirit that want to attach themselves to human bodies because they feel so lost. So I think for me, it's the journey that I am in and my path. It's wonderful, and I wouldn't trade it for the world, because it has made me become the person that I am. And the fact that I have the ability, responsibility, just means that I have the ability to respond to each and every situation in my life. And yes, my inner child is still wounded and in the process of being healed or healing, which is never a destination. I appreciate my life. I love my life the way it is. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, I got something to say because she just brought something to the front of my frontal cortex, and I wanted to say about the attachment, and also when you get older in your families, it's about compatibility, right? So if you're not compatible with one or the other parent, it can make it hard growing up. And they have this commitment towards you, like, dang, I birthed you, I guess I'm committed to loving you, right? Or housing you, or all of the things. But if you're not compatible, then that can really turn out to be a bad situation. I just learned that recently too, and it's like that commitment versus compatibility, and what's more important. Right now I say compatibility is.
I like that. And I think both of you have touched on something that I always talk about and I want to talk about again, the healing of the sacral chakra, because it remembers that's your emotional center. And your emotional center has the memory of everything that you have ever experienced. So healing it is you clearing the emotions that are stuck there, moving through the emotional body to clear the sensations that are not yours to carry, so that you can be, when we tap into these higher dimensions and this joy that we are looking for, you want to clear all these emotions, these feelings, these junk that we are carrying in our sacral so that we can be in a place where we can activate joy. Activating joy, what does it look like? It looks like bringing back that innocence. That innocence when we lost, where we were told it is not safe for us to be women, for us to be girls in this planet. So you reconnecting back to your sacral is you really like reclaiming back the power of your womb. You see, I cannot avoid talking about the womb. You just set me up all the time.
It's like an equal exchange of energy, and we're able to complement each other instead of compete.
Absolutely. Isis, Radiant K, you're all quiet up there. I know you're going to say, I was taking it all in, but
I have been taking it all in. And I'm listening, I'm paying attention, and I don't want to interrupt people speaking, so I'm putting my questions in the comment section just to sort of prompt. So in case anyone's talking about something and I want to sort of prompt a bit more, I just put my comment section. But one thing that did get my attention was that inner child. So, and learning, for me, I've just started a journey. So I am really at the point of learning and healing this inner child, which is represented by our sacral chakra, is something I really want to get into, because I feel I have some traumatic inner child experience, which I have actually subconsciously made my mind to forget. So I'm finding it difficult to digging back, to go into that meditation state where I'm able to remember what it is that I had to make myself forget just to carry on. And sometimes these subconscious works in our current state, because when I got married and I started having kids, I was very passionate about making sure I was home for the first 7 years of all my kids' life and just being there to raise them. And I didn't know why, but from when I started getting into the journey of finding myself again, I realized is the protective instinct in me, probably realizing what I've forgotten, but subconsciously I was very passionate about making sure I'm there for the first 7 years of my kids' life, because probably I didn't want them to go through the experience I went through. For me, I was raised by my mom and my stepdad. Didn't grow up with my dad, so I had a really horrible experience growing up with step parent. And I think over time I have forgotten a lot of it, but slowly it's been coming back, and I've slowly been trying to heal through it, because I think it has shaped my reality, which I've been operating on for years. And that has been the stumbling block for me in a lot of things. For example, you then make up this statement in your head about men, for example, or religion, because of the experience you've been through in the past. And for you to actually get past that place, I need to probably come to terms with what I've been through and heal through it. I don't think I actually I only started living with my dad from when I was 15, and I didn't really have a good experience of what a father figure is in our lives. And I think that affected my relationship with men and how I perceived men. And there was some lack of trust in it. And, and sometimes emotional attachment, and not in a balanced way. So it has affected how I deal with men, how I see men, how I flow with men. But interestingly, my best friend is a man. I've had good friendship with men. And however, in terms of relationship, I've always struggled with what I want and how I see men. So it's a journey I'm going through. That's why I asked about the inner child, because for you to get to the right place, you need to start from the grassroots. And I think that the grassroots is healing the sacral chakra, which is where I'm actually working on. Anyway, that's all I had to. That's why I've been listening.
Taking it all in, and there's a book recommendation there. Check on the comment area, you're going to find it. Isis, you wanna say something?
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. My stomach hurt a little bit. Yes. So let me think about how to word it. First of all, I love all y'all. I love y'all, sisters. So
You.
there is here on earth, again, we tend to look at what happens in the physical and the physical manifestation as primary and the spiritual secondary. We have to get spiritual. We have to find a spiritual way. We have to look into the spiritual concepts. When in actuality, what do you use to treat something other than what it is? You are a spirit. Your first go-to, you would think, would be spiritual, but we are not programmed to rely on that, because if we are, we would understand who we are, and all the answers are within. So we are constantly looking outside of ourselves for the answers. Because you are a spirit primarily, and physical is secondary, and you are both. They exist now. You are both. You have to come to the best of both of them to achieve your frequency, or your top of the top, so to speak. So a little backstory on energy. Everybody know here I'm an energyist. Your spirit, your soul. Originally, when you came here as I think as Melon, or what I think that's maybe not saying it right, was speaking on, she chose where she came in. Most of us remember that we had, well, I think most of us here, a few people I don't know, but I know Film, you know me, we chose to come here. Backstory on when this thing began. The original movement of a spirit moving into a physical body. When that spirit comes, and you, I, whoever, because we're all our own spiritual signatures. When we were to enter this physical body, that period of puberty, adolescence, everything from birth up into where you are developed, is a period of rawness. You are merging the spirit into the physical. Everything has to be retrained. You don't come with the memory because this is a new experience. You may have chosen that, but you even understand that once you get there, there is a different track, there's a different movement that's going to take place, which originally was a wonderful thing, but because of the programming, it has turned into this. We constantly relate the inner child to the beginnings of the soul coming into this earthly plane, and it is the child. You are a child. You are that raw because you have just come from a spiritual place into a physical place. So everything is now, you feel everything. There's sensations there. You can feel on your head, you can feel in your heart. All these things are now a secondary force outside of your spirit. The physical is really what's outside of yourself. We like to think that the spirit is outside of yourself, but the physical is what's outside, because the source of you already existed, but you are now merging into this physical DNA that works very differently. It takes time for your pineal gland to develop, for your heart muscles to develop, for your vocal cords to develop, so that you can express your vibration, your tone. These things are happening within this period of time, ergo leaves you highly vulnerable, which is why other souls that were already here were supposed to guide you in, usher you in, make sure nothing happened to you. You were in a vulnerable state, but it really was never to rule over you. How could you raise one soul? Can't raise another. You're all on a journey, but this is the path that being so physical has led us into, and this is where we are, because we have expanded since the beginning of time, and here we are. Consciousness has expanded. We have accepted these conditions, and we live in them. We are gods. We're constantly creating the thoughts that are. That's why they give us those thoughts and make these conditions. So it is something that we are constantly recreating. And now that we have, yes, there's different things we need to put into play: chakras, cleansing them energies, all these things. But what helps is to understand your backstory. So this is what's going on in that period between birth and 5 years old. And after that is many other stages, but the very, very high, vulnerable, heightened, raw stage is birth to 5 years old. And all kinds of programming is going on at that time. Even with melanin mentioned, I taught on this years ago. It is also about compatibility. You are your own signature soul. You have been that soul since the beginning. Your essence goes back to source. Goes back past lifetimes, past this. Your initial energy signature is you. It is your personality. It's how you think. It's how you move. That's why many people can go through the same abuse and end up with very different results or different manifestations of how they feel, because they're different people. If your soul is the kind of soul that's an introvert, you don't really rock out with people like that, you don't want to talk a lot, you end up coming into a mother that she's an extrovert and she loud and she always all over the place and she's hollering at you like, you need to speak, you need to talk, say this, you don't say nothing. Contrast. Whereas if you got another spirit that was like yours and you was loud and boisterous and they was loud and boisterous, you see how that would kind of be aligned with each other. So you're compatible. So even when other things kind of went wrong, that child or that person in that period may not feel unwanted, may not feel unloved, because the energies are compatible. But then you have energies that are not compatible. But again, That was never the purpose. The purpose was never to enter the world and be compatible. You'll never find another you. You will always be separate. You will always be you. All of the answers in your life, resolves, promotions, anything that you need and want is within yourself. Anything external is only an assistant. But because of the programming, because of the lack, because of the need, because of the departure from light, because of the getting further and further and further away from our direct connection to source, you have all these other inbreeded diseases that have grown and grown and grown, and that's what you're looking at. So your inner child is aligned, or really is, your original spirit as to who you are. That's why it's so important to go back to the inner child, but that's why it's also so hard, because that was a period of time where everything was raw. You were not only leaving a energetic state and moving into a physical state, you were also bombarded by all of the different programmings here and the incompatibilities and things like that. It's not one person that doesn't need inner child work. A lot of people relate it to trauma, and people will grow up and say, oh, I had the perfect parents and everything great, but they can't figure out why they do this and why they do that and why their life's in ruin and they're unhappy, because you still haven't found your original you, because you came into a program and you adapted the programming, you created a reality based on that programming, and it may not have anything to do with you, so you are not aligned. If you're not aligned, then you unbalanced. If you unbalanced, then you unhappy. And that's what people sometimes miss. That child is not a real child. It's a child as far as the physical world, but your physical is secondary. Your spiritual is primary. So you're going back to the core you. You're pulling back all the different programming, whether it be traumatic or not. It could be something that you really like. If you decide to get to your 0 point and you want to keep that in your life, so be it. But you were and should have the right to be sovereign and choose whatever you like. This is what Source wanted in pieces of itself, was to experience life. This is the journey, which is why several of you chose the parents that you chose, the lives that you chose, so you could expand. Now it's messed up because down here in this world is all this convoluted bullshit, okay, that we gotta burn through and alchemize. So that made it 100 times worse. But it's a lot of you all that's been living for lifetimes and lifetimes. I know I was one. I know what I came for. I know what the mission was. I picked the hardest of the hard. I mean, that's just a part of my personality. That's what I came through, and I made it. And I'm not saying that that's something that everybody did. Only you know your story, but you have a right to get to your story. It's yours. It belongs to you, and there is no other. Not a mother, not a father, and you can blame them, but they all had their stories and they came through the same programming. This is what this earth has become, but we can change it. We can turn it into what it should be, or what was the original. Dark does not have to be evil. Everything has dark and light. But to get to that point, you have to get to your, what you all call physical inner child. I call your core self, because they are one and the same. When you get back to that person, and see, that's why those things that film teaches and things like that is going to help you peel back those layers, because you are now physical and you operate in the physical. You are a spirit having a human experience, and our understanding of our bodies and how we move here, and the merging of those two sides has become so convoluted that we can't see straight. And so that's why we need those teachings, especially people walking in the feminine. We are all masculine and feminine. We talk about this all the time. Your energy body is both. But in the physical, you walk, if you're a woman, you're walking in the divine feminine. You also have masculine because it's in your energy body, but you're in the feminine. And it's for a reason. You chose it for a reason. You're a piece of source experiencing this way for this thing for this time. We are nurturers. We are creators of nations. We have the divine feminine walks in the coding of creation. That's not something that walks in the divine masculine. This is not about men bashing. I love them. Again, there is no difference to me because I see energy. Your energy body has both, but just like anything else, there are components to any body. Anything that you put together has elements, components to how it works. It is just the truth. The divine feminine's energy has components of creations that do not need anything else. You do need the masculine, though, because you are not without it. You don't exist without it. That's your energy bodies now exist in both. So that integration is important. That understanding of who you are and what originated is important. When you get to your core self, you will find that the need that you feel like you have for another soul, because that's what your parent is, it's another soul. It's in the ether. There is not mamas and daddies, and that you are all your separate soul signature, all extensions of source equally. It is only here and in many other different planets and systems. The system is the same because you are bringing what is energetic, what is in the ether, down into a physical form, not just earth, but just a physical form. So you're always going to have the male body and the feminine body, but you have some civilizations that not here on earth, that there is no separate sex organs. I know that's too deep. I ain't gonna go off subject, but it's not important. Like they don't even relate like that, but we do, and this is here. But can you imagine how free your soul would be if you did not need, if you understood that you did not need anything outside yourself? Want, wonderful. Gotta, hey, I like to have it. I like to have it in my life. Nothing wrong with that. But remove the need. No one can hurt you if you don't need that. And I'm not saying that we don't need each other, because we are part of each other. But you're sovereign. You don't need anything. You came equipped. You are source. You are not just, how do I explain that? You are a piece and you are separate, but you are also everything. You are united. You are the same connection to source. You have, I have, is all happening at the same time. There is no time in the ether. Everything is happening at the same time. That's why you see so many timelines, because everything you think, imagine, the universe is working out in every probability, in every case scenario. Everything is just a reflection of what, everything outside is a reflection of what you have inside. So going back to that inner child is going back to your core self, the soul that you are. And that is what needs to be alchemized for you to have the fullest life here, for you to raise your frequency, for you to be in love, with love, to move in love, to return back to the level of your light body in the physical, is to get back to the core you, and then you can write your story. Even then it's blank. It's just you. and you get to write what you want it to be. Energy grows, consciousness expands. You will always be expanding, you will always be growing. If you're stagnant, that doesn't exist. That's a human term. Energy isn't stagnant. You implode, down and out, or up and out, but you're moving. Energy is going to expand. So for you to expand to your height of fulfillment, to your height of expand your consciousness to, how do I explain it to you all? To source. See, you are source, but you don't feel it as much because you down here in earth, which we still can feel it. It's just these conditions that have been created keeps us distant. It's like a filter. It's like 100,000 million filters that they have on everything that you see. So it's like kind of trying to put your hand through a glass door. When you get to your core self, there is no filters, no glass door, no film, no screen. It's automatic. And when you get there, now you get back to now, let's imagine some more shit. Let's create this. Let's create that. This is what Source wants to do. Experience this experience in this life this way. Okay. I'm tired of talking now. I land my plane.
I love, 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 love. In other words, there are two paths which complement each other: the spiritual path and the feminine path. Before I walked the feminine path, I walked the spiritual path, and I walked this path diligently. And I didn't know what was missing because I'm in a woman's body. Because you can't leave the spiritual path and everything will be going okay, but you are not in a man's body. So you want to walk the feminine path. And the feminine path involves healing your inner child, healing your womb energy. That is your sacral, the sacral. That is where you find your mother wounds, your father wounds, your inner child wounds, so that you can alchemize that within you, so that you can start to live your most optimum self. I don't know if that makes sense. Welcome in, Stella. Let me just welcome in you live. Stella, you are new to us. Thank you so much for coming in. I do love to see new faces. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the roses. Welcome in Wet and Fluffy. Welcome in Tamar. Welcome in. Somebody say something. Are you awake, Tamar?
Something.
Good morning, good morning. So I just got here, fam. So what are we talking about?
Something.
Something, anything?
Anything. What do you want to talk about?
We can talk about my passion. So, ladies, I'm a crafter. I love to craft. I'm trying to create a community of crafters to see if I can bring out talent in anyone. So if you're willing to join us, because Fem is a part of my community, as we expand, it would be nice to have you guys there. And Wet and Fluffy is also another crafter. It's a great way to relieve stress and, you know, get in tune with your feminine side. So you can join us over here. That's my anything. And it is cold today. I woke up to freezing weather. I'm in New York. It is cold. It is cold. It is cold. That's my anything.
Love that. Hello, Nubia. Good day to you. Nice to see you here. Welcome, 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 welcome. Yes, the weather is changing. I'm here cozy with a blanket, and yeah, and my degrees are not those degrees. And just trust me, I love me some cool weather. I live in the desert because of that. So, hi Joe. Also awesome to see you. Welcome in. I know it has been a cold morning. How is your nose, Joe? Did you catch it? Did you catch it or did it run? I know I will regret saying that, but hey, did you catch your nose? Because your nose has been running all week. So, yes, art and crafts, this is part of the feminine energy. This is you activating your right side of the brain. The right side of the brain has been sleeping for a long time. We need to reactivate that. We need to engage this part of the brain so that we can bring back balance within our body. We always talk about the mind, body, and soul connection. This is one of those ways in which you can start to reconnect back to yourself. So, really working with that right side of the brain will bring you back online. So, maybe I should go and bring and get me a crochet and start doing it. Do you know, a long time ago, I used to see my grandmother with knitting. And she told us that every woman, as they're getting older, they have to knit. And nowadays we have technology. We don't really have to like do the actual knitting. We do it online, and I think we are lazy. But I don't know. What do you think?
Did no, so you're not really in this world of crochet, so you are not experiencing the amazing things that are happening. I've seen 18-year-old boys crocheting and they're making masculine items, like they're making fitted hats. I've seen 5-year-olds. It's so amazing that it's the lost art has been revived again, because a lot, when I tell you, men who you would think of as being overly masculine are in tune with this culture of crochet, and they're making some amazing pieces. You should actually take the time out and go look around to see. It used to be, oh, I remember when I was on the train years ago, people used to say, oh, my grandma used to do it, my grandma used to do it. Now you're hearing, oh, my daughter does it, my granddaughter does it. And it's so soothing. It's therapy. You'll
Yeah.
find that a lot of professionals encourage you to crochet as a form of therapy, because I can attest to that. I can't stop even when I want to, because there's this solace that I experience when I pick up a hook, I pick up some thread. It's different. I can do it with my eyes closed, and it's because you need to count. You're counting internally, so it forces your brain to forget about all of the other stimuli that's around.
Mm, yeah. I
Crafting,
love that.
crafting on a whole.
I love that. So yeah, I will check it out. I will go and buy
Hey,
my.
how are my ladies doing?
Hey, Fluffy. Fluffy was there last night. I had a lady on my panel last night, and I showed her from start to finish how to make a hat. And
Yes, she did.
she was so amazed that I was able to walk her through. I saw her mistakes on the camera, and I was able to walk her back to remove her mistakes to get to where she needed to be. It was an amazing experience.
I saw your yellow hat. It was amazing. I loved it, and yeah, it looks very sophisticated. So it's the counting. Oh, I never knew there was counting. I just think You just look at it and you just
But if you do that, then you're gonna have something that's not coordinated because you have to count the stitch. There's a certain stitch that you need to make so that you could create a certain pattern. And without that, it's just complete chaos.
So you need both brains then. You need the feminine and the masculine brain.
So I'm a lefty, and we've been taught that we use the right side of the brain. So we're already utilizing that portion that you're speaking about. So maybe I might need to use the left side of my brain to do
To
the
make the
extra stuff.
counting. Yes, to do the counting, to do the pattern, to do the geometry. Yes. Raven, you want to say something, sister?
Yeah, Tuma, how old were you when you started crocheting?
8.
Wow. My mother used to crochet. She never taught me. She never took me aside and showed me how to do it. I just observed her doing it, and I crocheted. And through crocheting, I was able to earn a little income when I was, at school age. So crochet is very soothing and very healing. I learned a lot of things through observation. She never took me and showed me this is what you need to do. I created hats, I created scarves, I created so many things. And that's just from my creative imagination. And it's very, very healing, So yeah, I taught myself at a young age, and up to now I can still do it blindfoldedly. But yeah, crocheting is very powerful, as well as anything to do with craft, knitting or sewing. It's very creative and it's healing.
Do you know why we didn't learn from our mothers? I believe why I didn't learn from my grandmother is because I thought it's for grandmothers. I'm just saying. My programming. Only grandmothers were doing it. Like, what?
Yeah, my mother was very creative. She could look at you. She wouldn't even measure. She didn't not even need to measure. She would look at you and she would just cut to your size and stitch. She was naturally creative,
Oh,
She never used
wow.
tape measure. She would look at you, look at the size, and she would just cut. And she would stitch and she would put it on you and it would fit you exactly. She was gifted, very creative. And some of my creativity comes from my mother. I'm not going to deny that. But yeah, she's very, very creative. She could crochet, she could knit. And when it comes to creative and doing hair, she was very, very creative. Very, very talented. Yeah.
I celebrate your mother. Isis?
Oh, I was listening to Raven Journey. I was just like, that's amazing. I can't do it, but I did it one time in my life. I had my son, and at the time, he 30 now, but the time I gave birth to him, me and my daughter was in a shelter, and I didn't have any money, and I wanted to give him a special gift. And I thought about the people that knitted, and I was like, well, if I made him something, that would be really special for me. So I went and learned how to knit, and I knitted him a blanket. And you're right, it was very healing. It really made me feel good. I thought it was too because I wanted to do something for him, but as I think about it, the actual tracing of the pattern and putting the different colors together, and I don't remember no numbers. It's definitely not my thing. But the act of it itself was very soothing and very healing. So yeah, I remember that, and that was 30 years ago. And like you, Film, well, I didn't see my grandparents. I didn't really know my grandparents. Once or twice I met either of them, but I always seen old people knitting. So I probably would have thought the same thing, that it was kind of a thing that older people did, because when you see it and when you think about it, it was always older people. And I used to be friends with a lot of older women too. I don't know why I liked old people. I knew something. I knew it even then. So spirits and older people of older souls. But I used to love old people and take care of them and hang around them, and they tell good stories. And a lot of those people did the knitting, and they did that one raven where they used the needle on the little circle thing. What's that called?
Crochet? I don't know. What am I
Embroidery.
talking?
I know what you
Embroidery.
mean.
That's
My mum used to
yeah.
make them, and I think what I think you said, we can even make those little bubble through using knitted wool. My
Yeah.
mum used to make them. It's like a big ball, but it's made out of wool. I'm not quite sure if it's the same thing that you may be
It's like
referring to.
flat, and they take the needle and they hold it. The hand is on one side, and yeah, I think it's embroidery.
Yes,
And
it's
Yeah,
embroidered.
that's
Yeah,
embroidery.
I would
embroidery.
never have the patience to do that, and I don't really have an inclination to knit either. But the process of it is healing. You would be so correct on it, and it the same thing. I apply that thing. You know, y'all know how I talk, that everything is a manifestation of what's inside. So that energy I apply to different things in bringing in the moment and standing still. But that is something that would help you do that, because you're within that present moment when you're within that stitch, you're within this whatever movement you're doing, and then you look up at the end and you have this big beautiful creation. And I think that's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I believe that too. And there is something here, like knitting is older than crochet. People confuse. I am one of those people. I am.
I'm also one of those people, and my mother-in-law does it.
Welcome in, Wet and Fluffy. Welcome in, Joe.
Hi.
Hold on, y'all. Is knit is different than crochet?
Yes. Let me
I
me
told
explain.
y'all I don't know nothing. Oh my God, I'm looking over at the comments. Oh, okay.
So let me
what was I
explain.
doing? So what was I doing when I made the blanket? Was I knitting or was I crocheting?
How many needles were you using?
Oh, one. I could have never got past
So
one.
that's the problem. When people and this is where people were getting confused. When people associate knitting, which is the two hooks, seeing grandma sitting on her rocking chair with two hooks. So people don't understand that crochet, one hook, knitting two. So every time, so that's
Wow.
where the divide was. That people associate crocheting and knitting as being the same thing when it's not. So
Oh Lord. You know,
now
the only thing I know about crochet is the hair. That's sad.
That's
and
bad.
and the concept of that latching hook for crocheting, it has that hoop concept. So it goes in and out of hoops, which is why they call it a crochet hook, because it has that hoop. The only difference is on the hoop is the latch.
Oh, okay.
So it has that in and out. You pull a loop, then you lock the loop in to the other piece of here so that it's secured. And that's what you do when you crochet.
Okay, so I was crocheting. When I made that blanket, I did the same hook that you do when you putting in the hair. Except for I was doing it to like knit balls of yarn that I had gotten and put together for his blanket, but it was just one hook.
Yes, so you're crocheting.
Okay.
So that means you
And
can
I didn't
join
know
my
that. I
panel.
thought that was knitting. And if you had spoke to me about crochet, I immediately go to the crochet hairstyles.
So now you can go grab a 5mm hook, come
There it
over to
is.
my space, or we can do it here if Fem wants, and you could bring that talent back out, revive that talent.
No, I don't want to, but I'll do anything else for y'all. I'll root for y'all. I'll give gifts. No, it ain't my. You got to know yourself. I finally know myself, and it ain't. Yeah.
Don't worry, Tamara. I'm gonna find all the crochet papers and I'm gonna bring them right to you. You wait.
But
And
it
I'm
doesn't
gonna come too, so
necessarily.
I can see what y'all make. I wanna be there. I just don't want to make nothing.
There might be some craft that I can probably bring out of you because there's so many amazing craft projects that can be done.
hmm
If you
I
have
believe it.
children, there's we could do crayon art, melting crayon onto canvas, and you don't even have to think about what you're doing. This is Joe and probably Wet and Fluffy. This is the arts and craft fusion kind of thing, where you melt crayon onto a canvas, and wherever the melted crayon lands, it creates art. And you don't even you're not, it's mindless basically, because you're
Oh
just
wow!
dropping melted crayon onto canvas.
I actually
And
did
what
that with my
the
sister-in-law.
finished product is amazing.
Get out of here! Oh, okay. All right. I might be down for that because I ain't got to be in and out with nothing. My grandkids like that stuff too. I'm sorry, Phil. Go ahead.
Does that need stencil? Like, where? What are you making, or is it random? Welcome in, Coach Flo. I see you, and thank you for the likes.
You asked if it's random.
Or does it need a stencil? Stencil is that
No, what you're doing is you're giving the crayon the freedom to create on its own. The only thing that you are physically doing is melting the crayons. So what I usually do, I usually have like a hair dryer, and then I melt the crayon, and as the hair dryer blows and melts the crayon, it comes onto the canvas and it moves in its fluid movement until it starts drying, because when it gets away from the heat source, it starts hardening again. So the result of how it hardens moving down the canvas is the art. So you can't really manipulate it as much as you would want to, because it's water flows wherever it has the ability to. So unless we put something in its way, then it's not gonna flow. But in this case, as it hardens, that's when it stops. Yes, abstract art.
amazing. Welcome in, Coach Katrina. We are knitting and crocheting. Do you knit and crochet?
No.
Do you know the difference?
No. Yes, I've hey Joe. Yes, because here I know some people are here from America. You have the Vacation Bible School, and those are things that were taught during that time. For every that was in the summer or spring break. I think it was during the summertime. We have Vacation Bible School. I know some of whoever's from America is familiar with that program, and they would teach us how to knit and crochet. And I didn't like it, so it didn't stick with me at all.
Yeah, we need to have that class start, because we have all this wisdom and we are not using it. We don't know what we are missing, Andrew.
Feminine, it's not going to be for everyone. Everyone has a different creativity, and not everyone's going to be for crochet. I mean, I used to crochet when I was younger and knit when I was younger, but I no longer do that now. And I will never lose the technique in crocheting because it's built in me. It's something that I observe and learned over time and done for myself. So if I want to pick up one needle, crochet needle, and start crocheting, I can make something creative if I want to, if I have that passion or desire to. But not everyone is a crochet maker or want crochet. They have their different flares of different creativity of what they want to do. But for me, I love crochet, even though I don't do it now. But I will never lose the art of crocheting. I will never lose the heart of knitting. I will never lose the heart of sewing, because it's part of me. It's part of my creativity. So yeah, crocheting is not for everyone. It's for some, and some will love it. Some will appreciate it and the beauty, and just looking at it, it's healing, you
It
know.
does. It
But
looks so
they may not want
easy.
to indulge in participating action, actively in creating something. But looking at it is very healing. It's very therapeutic. You can get a lot of joy just by observing and just by watching. And that could be, you can use that image, like if you want to sort of, I don't know, if you're de-stressing, you probably could even picture that image in your mind just to even, lower your blood pressure or even lower your heart rate, because the beauty in it is healing. So there's different
Agreed.
concept and how you can retrieve from it and how you actually look at it. For me, I love to see crocheting, even though I don't indulge in actively participating in making things. But I love to see creation, and just seeing the colors and seeing something made through someone actually created it. It gives me great joy. It's healing. It's therapeutic because of the colors that is warm. So yeah, everyone's going to be different. Not everyone's going to want to indulge in it because it's not for them. Thank you.
I like
So
that.
another thing, a lot of people who come to my room, they have zero interest in crocheting, but they are into the fact that they can watch me and have that soothing, relaxing experience. Because just watching how the hook and the needle just turns into an amazing piece, that's where their interest lies. So I might find someone who is interested, but just watching me do it is fulfilling for them. It's relaxing. It's like watching TV, but it's just that you're watching something come to life. And so I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with that 100%. Everyone has what they like. They're gonna like what they like regardless. But there are a lot of things in us that we don't even know that we love. So craft and art, just the ability to use our hands to create, it has nothing to do with crocheting. And that's why I do a whole lot of different crafts, because there are times when I don't want to crochet. And there are times when I put the hook down. I put the hook down for maybe a few months. And usually I'd be sad about it, but I use my hands to do something else. So I roll paper, turn paper into flowers. There are a whole bunch of different things. The yarn, I've glued yarn onto, like, just use the yarn and manipulate it and turned it into a doll without a crochet hook, just by tying strings in different areas to make a doll. So there are a whole lot of different things that we can do. It doesn't have to be limited to crocheting. We're gonna have our watches just like we have our tappers and shearers. So it's just creating a space for community so people could commune and relax, a judgment-free zone. So that's what I aspire for. Like, people come and they listen to jazz. It's just a calming space, Raven. So don't feel pressured that if you come you have to take up a hook. You don't.
No, I don't feel pressured. As I mentioned to
No,
you
in general,
before
I
you
was
were
just making a
listening,
general, so
yeah,
whoever comes into the space,
for
no
me, I
pressure.
love watching it. Even though I may not participate and actually make any kind of crochet or anything, I love watching it because I feel and see and observe that beautiful creation, and it's therapeutic. And as I say, it's something that I could even visualize seeing if I was in a state of, I don't know, anxiety, for example. Then probably I would use it as a remedy to kind of lower the anxiety, my heart rate and my BP, and think of that beauty, just seeing that creation. So it all depends on how you look at things. And I think creativity, doing various different kind of art, is therapeutic. It's something that allows you to you can even meditate on, because it's beautiful art. Anything that's creativity, whether it's crayon melting or whatever, it's beautiful, and I love things like that. Yeah.
So to respond to something you said earlier, you gave me chills when you said your mom could look at things and make things. So a lot of people don't know. I have this outfit on my page. It's a yellow ruffle, some yellow ruffled shorts. I told someone I could make it and make it fit them perfectly. And they told me nothing, no measurements, nothing. I looked at their photo. It was someone on TikTok, never met them before, looked at their photo and gave them the product just to prove a point, basically. And when they put it on, they were so astonished as to how I was able to just look at a photo. So when you said that about your mom, it gave me chills because I can completely relate to that. So thank you for
Wow.
that.
Yeah, she was a natural. Honestly, she could just see, look at you, and just cut it without even using any kind of measuring tape. I mean, me talking about it now, I'm actually getting goosebumples. I don't know how she did it. For me, I'd have to use a measuring tape to measure and cut. But for her, she didn't. She just cut and stitch. And she's very, very talented and very, very creative. Yeah,
Just
powerful.
want to celebrate all of you. That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's powerful.
So yeah, anything, say anything, just blossomed into this amazing conversation.
Yeah. And Radiant K was saying that, thinking this a joke. Never a
Shame on you,
joke.
Radiant K.
Welcome in, just
But that's the same way with cooking though. Just like when I cook, I don't need a recipe to cook. If I see it, I could go cook it because I love cooking. And I grew up, I was raised by my great grandmother and my grandmother. So I was raised by women generations beyond me. So their way of cooking is different. And so that's how I learned. I don't need a recipe to make meals. Even if I'm seeing it for the first time, if I'm tasting it, I could go and recreate it. And I have no interest in being a chef or a cook or anything like that. I cook almost every day though, but sometimes I don't want to cook, so I don't want to go because usually when I say that, people are, oh, you should. I was like, no, that's not. I've been cooking since I was 7. That's why it's just instilled in me. It's like blinking because it's how I was raised. Like in those days or with those generations, you didn't just sit in the house, you worked, you know. No matter how old you were, you got up and you worked. So it's in me like breathing. So I have no interest in being a professional cook, none whatsoever.
And those people who watch the cook channel too, it's very therapeutic, but they don't know how to cook. But by watching that, sometimes they pick up some things. So I get it. I get how it can be therapeutic. I understand that. Thank you for saying something. I appreciate you.
I got a question for Raven's Journey and Tamar. Do you all make things to order?
I do.
Okay. Let me make sure I add you. Okay.
I don't do crochet or knitting anymore, even though I haven't lost sight of it. What I tend to do, I've steered my talent and skill to making herbal concoctions for different ailments. That's what I specialize into as well. And my creativity comes in. I love to write poems, and I also like to write motivational quotes. And I also have other creativity that I actually exploring. There's something called the hand pan. I don't think if anyone ever heard of it. It's like a round dome where it has indentation notes, and you can play beautiful music from it. That's something that I love to explore. But my point is about the financial situation, that in order for me to acquire one, it's quite expensive, and I have to work my way to being able to afford to buy that hand pan in order for me to explore my creativity and to also meditate in that state of the hand pan music. And that's something that I would love to do, and that's something that I'm going to hopefully get and learn the notes and play the music through and elevate myself even more. But yeah, I can crochet. I can crochet anything. I can do it blindfoldedly. And I could monetize from it if I wanted to, but I choose not to because I think I've gone past that part of my life now where I'm exploring other things that I can actually do. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's right. But you make the herbal stuff, the herbal
Yes, I
healing
do. I'm
concoction.
blessed. I'm blessed by the Creator that anything that if I have a minor ailment and I need healing from it, I'm blessed
Right.
to have that spirituality that will tell me exactly how to prepare it, exactly
Okay.
what ingredients I need to put in it. And what I always do, because sometimes it will come in a spur of moment, and I'm thinking, am I correct or am I listening to something else? But then, and 9 out of 10 times, I don't doubt that intuition or that gift that I have. What I tend to
Mhm.
do to prove a point, I will research in the remedies or the herb that it's telling me to add to my concoction, and then I will read upon and research into it, and I will thinking, you know what, it's definitely right. I will go along with it because I always like to prove a point, because we all will have this inner voice that will tell us things, and we have to make sure that that
Yes.
inner voice that is telling us these things is correct. So for me to prove it, it will say to me, okay, if you don't believe me, go and Google it and Google or research into it more, and then you will see what I'm saying. And when I do research into it, I am absolutely gobsmacked to thinking, wow, why should I doubt?
Oh,
But
there it
remember,
is.
when you're actually, if someone else asks you, please, can I have that concoction that you recommend? You want to make sure that the concoction that you are going to give is going to be a concoction that's going to help them. What you don't want is
Absolutely.
for it to be thrown back in your face to say, "Oh, that concoction you gave me didn't work." You know. But I always make sure that the concoction that I'm giving or helping someone else that it works.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I definitely want to sign up for the tester and to purchase some things. Can you make sure you follow me back? Because I want to, it is my goal to get back to just herbal medicine, right? And I thought about getting into it and learning about it so I could do it myself. It's just a lot. It's a whole lot, and I don't think I'm interested in enough to understand that it is the way, because I don't want to take any man-made medicine, but I also don't have an inclination toward it. I know kind of what I am meant for, and but I want to heal myself that way. I want to know which herbs do this and which do that, and I want to use everything natural to heal, to heal the physical part too. So I want to know people that this is what they do, because this is something that you're inclined to do, so you understand it more, and I don't have to go and research and find out nothing. You can do it. I can just get it from you. So can you please remember to follow me back?
I will follow you definitely. The thing about natural herbs, it's no different to conventional medication. You have to also know the dosage, roughly the dosage and the quantity, because herbs do have contraindication if you apply too much. So there has to be a
Hmm.
balance in everything that you do.
Yeah.
And for me, I've always been blessed to know exactly that inner spirituality of me will say to me. For example, I'll give you an example. My
Hmm.
background, I'm a qualified nurse, so my background is also in nursing as much as other roles that I can identify with because of my background qualification. And I remember I was working in A&E, and because I'm not one for taking, I will not take paracetamol. I will not take any man-made medication. I will only take natural medication to help me. And I remember
Hmm.
one time I was working in A&E, and somehow I developed a fog brain. I had a headache, and this headache was quite penetrating. And I was working in an environment that was quite pressurizing when you have to triage patients, get them ready within 20 minutes, of everything. And I thought to myself, I can't ask anyone that I'm going to take paracetamol because I do not take any man-made medication. And what happened, this headache was quite fog, like a fog brain, fog headache. And all I heard was this voice that said to me, okay, if you get some black pepper, put it in some warm water, your headache will go. And I thought to myself, okay, black pepper, warm water, my headache will go. Now, me as a person, I have to Google it and find out the components of black pepper and type in black pepper stroke headaches. And for true, it's black pepper does help with headaches. So what I did, I got some black pepper, put it in some warm water, and I drank it. And with significant of less than 20 minutes, my headache went. So that's what I'm saying, that, when you have a deep spirituality and you're gifted by the blessing of the Creator, you can't go wrong. Yes, it
There
is
it
part of the
is.
Caspian. You can even use cayenne pepper or even a tiny bit of chili, but I'm guided. So, I make
Yes.
a herbal concoction, like tonic concoction, and even have my family members who have asked me for the recipe, and I gave it to one of my close family member regards to the recipe involving beetroot and hibiscus and some other herbs with it. And they see the difference of the tonic when they drink it. They see the benefits of the health. So yeah, if I do come up with any insight of something, will say to me, okay, this is what you need to do, I will always research it, because that's the way I am. I like to know exactly whatever concoction I'm actually going to put together, that I know that it's going to help with the health, it's going to help with the ailments that I'm experiencing. And one of the biggest thing I found out for myself is, because I don't take any painkillers at all, it has to be natural remedies that I will take. When it comes to, for example, if you're going through the menopause, you end up sometimes with arthritis or pain in your joints. I believe exercise is the powerful thing that can eradicate that pain over time. It's taking back control of doing exercise, and that's what I do. I exercise regularly to help me with any kind of pain I may be feeling or have felt in the past. As I say, I don't take
Yeah.
paracetamol, I don't take ibuprofen. I take natural remedies that's going to help me, and it's
Yeah.
all
See,
to
I
do with
wanted
your mind, body, soul connection
absolutely.
in healing yourself. Yeah.
Absolutely. But I do want to I guess help with pain, but I really don't, I'm not really into like the pain. What I want is like a lot of the stuff that clears the system and helps the blood flow and stuff like that, the herbs that do that. I mean, the ones that help with pain too, but I think like you were saying about the exercise and things like that, I think that is the best helper for my kind of pain. But because mine
Yeah.
is like knee pain and back pain, and when I exercise it's almost non-existent. But I
Yeah.
want to like heal the body from the inside out. And I know it's certain herbs that do that. It's certain plants and things that do that. And I just don't know what they are. And you know what they are. So
When it comes to herbs, you'll be forever learning about herbs. I'm still
no,
learning.
you're going to be
And
learning about them. I'm going to pay you.
That's so funny.
I stay in my lane and I have no problem with it.
yeah, it's nice to take natural herbs, to help you with your eating process. Whether or not it be to cleanse or detox your body, or whether or not it's to help you with pain or inflammation or whatever. You see, I remember my father. I remember took so many tablets. He would take aspirin. He would take a blood pressure tablet. He would take so many. And I said to myself, I will, even if when I reach that age, I will not take any man-made medication. Only if I had a evasive condition that needs a man-made intervention. That's the only way. But for minor ailments and everything, I would have to be, my mind, body, soul connection. I would have to definitely make sure I implement natural herbs to help me. And thank God, and I give God thanks for everything, that I don't take any man-made medication at all. Mine is simple. I don't drink tea or coffee because coffee doesn't agree with me because of the caffeine. And I remember going back when I was in my young days that I used to wake up every single morning with this terrible headache. And this headache, I felt like if I could change my head or swap my head for another head, that's what I would do. Because these headaches was very paramount, very painful. And even when I went to the doctor, all the doctor wanted me to do was to just pop the pain relief, pop the painkillers. And I chose not to do that. But I remember one day I heard a voice that says to me, Raven, if you gave up tea, gave up coffee, your headache will go. And I thought, give up tea, give up coffee, my headache will go. And the day that I gave up tea, the day that I gave up coffee, which is the caffeine that's linked to my headache went. And that's why I always say that I've always been guided by that beautiful, spiritual inner voice that teaches me a lot of things, you know? And I gave up tea, gave up coffee, and I never drank it after that. My headache went. Simple. Caffeine was the one that was giving me all these headaches, you know? And thank God I listened to that inner voice that taught me the difference between knowing and not knowing. Yeah, very, very powerful. And that's why I'm a great believer that, you know, to get to know who you are, your inner and your outer, you've got to know yourself. You've got to be in tune with that inner spirituality that guides you. Because if you don't, you can get completely lost.
Absolutely. And Fluffy is here bargaining with the possible. Yes, coach.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was one of my children speaking. That wasn't me.
Hi, children. How are you?
Yay!
Joe
They're
says
ready to go, but I'm like, I'm not ready to go yet.
Hi, Prissy.
Yes,
Joe,
Prissy.
are you doing?
Hey, yo.
Joe is not there. Joe.
No, not Joe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you doing?
I'm doing.
I have a quick question for Raven. Now, I do a lot of herbs myself. It was one I used to take like years and years ago. It was a stinky. Oh, it was smelled so bad, but it worked for pain. And whenever I took it, it took away the pain, and it like knocked me out. I would go straight to sleep. And I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me, but it smelled so bad. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, not necessarily. I've
Oh
never
my
really
God, it
dealt with a
stinks.
herb
It
that had a
stinks.
smelly
It was
connotation.
stinky.
No. Yeah.
There's a name in the
I
chat.
mean, I drink onion tea, especially if I feel a bit low in my health, my immunity. I will make onion tea in tune with red onions, cinnamon, and various different concoction combined. Because
That's what
onion's
it is.
very good. But anyway, we won't go down that route. 'Cause I think we've already discussed about onion. But I drink onion tea when I'm feeling a bit if I feel a bit low or I need just a concoction to drink, I will make onion tea. And I love raw onions, especially red onions is my favorite, you know. And because it's very powerful, just like garlic, you know. But yeah, I make all this concoction. I will drink it, and if I get a cold, my cold don't last no more than about 2 to 3 days or less. Because once I make that concoction and I drink it, trust me, you know, it doesn't that cold don't have much time to last long in my body because the concoction that I make and drink eradicate it within time. But yeah.
Yeah, my grandma would do the onions with lemon. She would always put lemon in it. I hated it, but you know, I was forced to drink that stuff. But yeah. I come from a long line of women, you know, the women in the community, the midwives, the nurses, the healers, you know, I don't want to say the W word. I don't like that word too much, but those are the women in my family.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the W word, that was a name that was given to me by my siblings, my brothers, as a child, and I didn't care. if they want to call me that W word, I didn't care because I was in tune with me. I was in tune with self because it's a gift that's given to you, and I didn't deny that gift. And if they called me that, well, W word, I didn't care. I embraced it, and that's who I become. I've become me as the individual me who know who I am, and I'm still beginning to know who I am because sometimes these expressionable words that comes to me, I'm thinking, where does it come from? But I know it's part of me. It's part of my spirituality. It's part of my creativity. To think beyond of reasoning. So
Yeah, but
it's
it's just they
powerful
a
for
few
me.
bad ads and they put the whole blanket over, and that's really all it takes. It takes a few people who go down a rabbit hole, to a dark space and can't come out of it, and they
Yeah,
kind of
but you
spread that
can you
out over
see?
everybody. But it's not really
Yeah,
how it is. You have to know the difference. And in this
you
society,
have to.
there people are not
Yeah, you
taught
have
to
to.
know, yeah, what the difference. And I teach people the difference all the time. How you know? How do you know? How do you know the difference? Well, it's the little things you can see, to tell the difference. Are you dealing with someone who's dealing with something else? Are you dealing with someone whose these abilities are natural? It's coming from within,
Yeah,
because a lot of people
it
say, "Oh, I
is.
got spiritual gifts," but they're trapping demons and ghosts to go out and do their bidding.
No,
That's the
no.
difference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but we
Mine was
think those
mine was
people
just
are
natural
spiritual
for doing
though, and
good.
they're not.
Yeah, mine
Yeah,
is
and you have to
natural for
know that.
doing good.
Yeah, you have to know have to know the difference, and
Yeah,
anybody can do that. Anybody could go
yeah,
look up YouTube and video and figure out how to do that. But what comes from within, yeah, that's not on a YouTube video. Um,
yeah,
but it's just a blanket everyone puts down, and it turned the word into something negative, and everyone is going to think whatever it is that they want to think about it. Some people are going to think it's good, some people are going to think it's bad. Even for me growing up, I had family members like, oh, okay, then the other family members like, no, you need to suppress everything in you. Family members that had gifts too,
mm,
those are the main ones
yeah,
like, no, 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 this is dangerous, no, so it all depends on who you're running into, um
yeah,
and the information you are given, because I suppressed myself for years, because I was taught not to, like, it's dangerous, you could get hurt, bad stuff could happen to you if this is known or if it's shown.
yeah. Yeah, with me, I mean, obviously it was my brothers and certain members of my family, but to tell you the truth, I didn't really and truly care because I knew that whatever I did or whatever I dreamt or whatever I felt or whatever my intuition or that strong notion of something, and I said it and gave them warning, they did not take and eat, and then when it does happen, they would then call me the big W word, but I didn't care because I didn't dare. I wasn't gonna. I think it's the kind of character, the kind of person you are. And I think if you've always been the one who's a fighter and you didn't care of what they may think, because it's a powerful thing that's within you that you can't suppress because somehow it just comes out. And it comes out within discretionary to depending on who you're actually with. As I
Well, you
say,
have to have
as a
that
child.
strength. You have to, and I'm schooled. I really apologize for cutting y'all, and I understand what you're saying. But given that I'm in America, in the South, they were right. It was dangerous, and it
Yeah.
wasn't about like I didn't have like I had other issues where I had lack of confidence in myself, but that,
Mm,
given where I was, even now where I am, I'm still in the South. I had
yeah,
issues at my job. I'm in my
yeah,
40s. I'm in a top position. I'm running, excuse me, like I'm running shit at the school system, and I still had problems with things because of who and what I was, and people seeing and
yeah,
noticing and catching like, oh, she different. I got reported on because I was not a Christian. I got in trouble because I was not a Christian. Now, you have to be careful depending on your environment. And you could be the most confident person in the world, but you also have to be wise in how you move in certain spaces. So what I was being
Yeah,
taught
that's what I'm
by
saying. Within
my grandmother,
discretion,
she
discretionary,
that's what she was saying.
discretionary.
It could be very dangerous, and it is, especially here, anywhere in America, actually, but in the South, it's a whole nother game here in the
Mm,
South. Like
yeah, I
telling
can
someone
imagine.
you don't go to church in the South is like saying you got 10 bodies buried in the backyard. You're gonna get the same reaction. You know, oh my God,
Yeah.
how dare you? You know,
Yeah,
it's the
I can
same,
understand. I can
so, and you have
understand.
to be,
I can
yeah.
understand where you're coming from. Because you know, in the UK, you know, it's different. Even though you know, it's not something you could sort of speak loudly about because not many people is going to relate to that concept or that understanding about you know your gift. But what I'm trying to say to you that for me. It's not something I could suppress. It's not something that I actually shouted out loud. It's something that I utilize and embrace and spoke when I needed to speak. And it's not everyone you could speak to who would understand because as you mentioned that if you went out everywhere and globally open your mouth, people are going to have a negative connotation and they're going to call you all different names. But it's something that I've never suppressed and I only utilize it when I need to utilize it, or if there's something that will, you know, give me an insight to say that you need to actually give a warning to your brother or your sister or your father, you know, then you need to because you want to protect them because you don't want to see any harm go to them. And if it's that powerful that you cannot keep it to yourself, then you have to share it within your member of your family. So I always shared it within my member of my family or maybe my extended family, like my cousins or relatives who knew who I was and knew that and who understand where I was coming from. And I think it's something that was powerful for me because obviously how I was brought up and what I was exposed to, that when you have a mother and you have a father, but you find that your heart is always for your father because of what you may have been exposed to as a child, or if you see your father being intimidated or even bullied, then you feel that close connection to your father because it is your father that showed you that kindness, you know? And I think when promises are made and it's not adhered to, then that can have a shadow on who you are. However, I was always guided by that inner being, that inner gift of mine or my spirituality that guided me for me to overcome certain obstacles, you know? So yeah, sometimes yes, if it can be a hush hush where your parents may say to you, don't say that, don't, because they may see you differently. They may think that you are the W or something. However, I was only called the W by my brothers, not by anyone else, only by my brothers, because when I had the insight of seeing things and I gave them a warning and they did not take heed, that's the automatic word they would use is the big W. I was not addressed to as a big W by anyone else. It was only by my brothers. So when I look at this, I can laugh because that's what they perceived me as. Because anything that I said or anything that I felt or the intuition or the or premonition that I see or the dream, and I gave them just prior warning, just to let them know, just be careful what they're doing, and it came true. That's when they would only. That's the only time they would say, "You are the big W." You know? Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, what people think is that these type of obtainments is exclusive to people, and it's not true. Some of us are born already according to affinity with it already ignited or showing up in us. But as you do your spiritual healing, your cleansing, and your spiritual journey, those gifts, whatever you are supposed to do in this lifetime on this path, will start to show. All that weird stuff that they call weird and strange and witchy will start to show up in any and everybody. It's not exclusive. It doesn't make me special or anybody else special. It's not some just like it's not like the movies. Like something just happened. I'm just, oh, now I'm magical. I got bit by a spider or whatever.
Mm.
These things are in everybody. It's just some of us just aware of it a lot sooner than others. You know, but once you start on your spiritual journey with intention, doing the real inner work, these things will show. Whatever gifts that's in you, whatever your job is supposed to be, how you're supposed to benefit the world, it will start to show. So so everybody is witchy, everybody is weird. It's just those of us who are intentionally embracing it. But it will start to show in everybody. This is not some, exclusivity. It's not exclusive. It could be learned, it can be taught with the right intentions.
It all depends on the mindset. It all depends on what you were
But yeah,
exposed to
that's
or
the
how you
intention.
see
Yeah,
life.
that's the
It's all to do with
intention.
your mindset, because not everyone's going to be inclined. It all depends on what they believe, if they believe in their spirituality or where they're coming from. Not everyone's going to be inclined in that way. I relate my insight because this is me. This is who I am. And everyone's going to have a different concept to how they see things. But I do believe that, as what you mentioned, that everyone can if they seek their inner self to get to know themselves and enrich their spirituality, that it's a gift that they can find themselves. Yeah, they can initiate that gift within themselves. But if they choose not to, then if they look at life as a closed box, then that gift will never be initiated, because they don't have that interest or that desire to initiate anything to do that spirituality of themselves. But what I'm trying to say to you, that I'm talking from the age of age 7. That's where I'm coming from that age, from the age of dreaming and feeling and seeing things. From that age, being able to
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, a
I'm
lot of
talking
us
about from
gonna
that
get it
age.
early. My first
Yeah.
experience was at age 3. I remember. I talk about it because
Mhm.
I didn't understand it. Then it was like, oh, there was my mom actually told me, oh, you was only like 3 years old then. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. But it's like some of us just it's in us earlier. It all depends on your lifetime, what you're supposed to do in this lifetime, and your affinity and how it shows up. But it doesn't make me special and doesn't make me exclusive or knowing anything that anybody else doesn't know. It was just there in this lifetime, and if I come back another lifetime, I might not even see it or feel it.
Yeah.
It's just this lifetime. So it's in whatever our gifts is in all of us. It is there, and with the right intentions, if you have the right intentions, it will show. You will bring it up.
Yeah.
You will see it. Once we pluck all the mess out that we have been conditioned to have within our hearts and within our minds as well. So it's not, I talked about this last night, I believe. Like I always mention, like all the greats, all of the prophets and the great people out there, Jesus, Muhammad, the Buddha, everybody, remember, they did not have these gifts before. They went off to a school to learn. And when they came back, they had these attainments. They were taught this. They learned to bring out who they really were. So they had these abilities that were already there, but they had to be uncovered. It had to be known. They went off and learned. Came back a Christ, came back a prophet, came back a Buddha, which all these things I'm saying all means the same things. All of it's the same word, the same meaning. So that's what I'm saying. It's with the right intentions. If you have the right intentions and the right teacher to teach you how to bring it out, then it's there. I don't have anything in me. I don't have any attainments or ability that the next person does not have. I'm not special in any kind of way like that. Only thing is that I caught on, learned faster than some. That's it. That's the only difference here.
Yeah.
Because
To do
my
with your
purpose on
mindset
here
as
is to
well, isn't it?
teach and to coach.
Yeah.
That's my job. My
Yeah.
job is to teach and to coach, to bring it out. That's what I'm here for. So I had to learn a certain way. All of my trauma and experiences and everything I went through was the purpose, so I can relate to every situation. Most people that I coach, they say things and like, oh, and when I say, yeah, I can relate to that because I experienced that, they be shocked. I was like, yeah, I've been through a lot in this short time I've been here on earth, but The reason why I understand this now is because I can sit and talk, and the next person won't feel embarrassed about their experience and what they felt, because I could sit and say like, oh yeah, you know what, girl, I did that too. And let me tell you how I got past it.
Yeah, if you look at it, Coach Corinne, everyone walks a different path. They walk a different path to the destination of where they will reach, depending on where they want to get to. So your experience would be different from my experience. My insight will be different from yours. My delivery and my concept of or my understanding will be different. You know, we all share certain connection in how we arrive to the understanding and how we feel, you know, to do with our spirituality. So yeah, I highly respect what you said. But as I say that if someone, as you mentioned, if you have a closed mind to that spirituality thing, then obviously that gift or not gift or what blessing or whatever you may call it will not come out, because when you're actually blocking it, or you're blocking it from you're deterring yourself from learning. You know, it all depends on your interest. Now, I never ask to be the way I am. It's something I feel, and I will always say that I feel it was a blessing from the Creator to help me to get through to whatever I may have experienced or may not have an insight of. And that's the way I will look at it. And you mentioned that everyone has that innate gift if they really, really, really want to deeply search into themselves and you know, enhance their spirituality and have that connection. I do believe that, yes. But I never ask to be who I am. It is something I feel that I am blessed with, because I never asked for this. And it's because when I look at my life and what I have experienced, and we all experience different things in life, depending on where you are from. As I say, your experience is different from mine, and I can only talk about my experience. But what molds me into who I am, because I have that connection of my aura. If I meet someone or I see someone or I have a conversation with someone or they have this spirituality connection whereby, you know, we have that similar interest, they will always read into what they can feel that about my aura. We all have auras. Some of us carry big, large auras. Some of us carry very negative aura. And you can only relate to what you can see or what you can sense or what you can feel. We are all different and we are all unique in ourselves, and we all have a certain destiny of how we grow our spirituality and our connection with the Creator and our connection with God. So how we look at life and how we may discern things and how we may read into things will be different. You know, my background and my faith is Islam. That is my faith. You know, and as I say, before I even entered into Islam, or even before I even entered into church, my spirituality was there as a child. You know, so we all come from different background, different beliefs, our different concept of how we see things and how we feel things and our interpretation of things, and that will always be so. And that's why this platform is beautiful, because we can all learn something, you know, which is appreciation and gratitude to the insight of other people's insight of how they arrive and how they see things, which is the beauty of TikTok platform, and also coming on to feminine embodiment. Thank you.
I mean, it's just a cleansing process. It's a cleansing process. We can't ask to be something that we already are. You know, like I mentioned before, it's no one asked to be. If you can't ask to be what you are, and in it, like me, I was born early as I can remember. Everything spiritual happened in front of me. I see things now. Things come up, talk to me, want my attention. but I also had to learn how to navigate in that kind of world also. But what I'm saying is because those are my attainments that was uncovered. When someone is living in their true authentic self, their attainments will show. It will all be different. It will all have, everyone will have different skills. Like some people might be herbalists. Some people might be able to communicate with animals. Some people might be able to heal just with cooking. It all depends on your authentic self. You can't ask to be your authentic self because you already are. The process of healing is just remembering. It's just remembering. And it's there in everybody, but it all depends on affinity, causes and conditions, which and your intention as well. And some people are going to choose like, you know what, I don't want to go that route. This is not the lifetime for me to do it. But they'll do it in the next, or the next one, or the next one, or the next one. It is there innate in all of us. The light that's in us is a healing light. It's a healing light. So there's gifts within that light that's used for the purpose of healing each other. So there's no way around that. That's just what it is. And again, like you said, it's a choice if you want to remember that light in you. If you want to live in it, it's a choice. It's an intention. You know, and some of us, like I said, it was just louder from the beginning. I saw the light very early. It was there. So I had no choice but to follow it very quickly because it was there in front of me. And that doesn't make me special. It just makes me, in this lifetime, those my causes and conditions. It was part of my path and my purpose on this earth. You know, because I've seen it both ways. I've seen people, a close friend of mine who was always looking at me like, well, how do you, oh, Katrina, I don't, but when she started doing the work, the minute she was able to be or dwell in that realm, I knew she was there. I called her. I was like, why are you here? She's like, I don't know. And she started asking me like, what is this? I was like, you're reaching your inner light now because I felt her presence. So she started to learn, and now she's learning to navigate within her gifts. So it's like it's there within all of us, and someone's just gonna have be aware of it a lot sooner, and that's just because of causes and conditions and affinity.
Very true. Very true.
You ladies are deep, man. And you
All
call me
depends on where
deep.
you're coming from, feminine. It all depends where you're coming from, what you've experienced, your insights, you know?
It's just that's what I teach, I
Yeah.
coach. So when the people that I help, when they get to that point where they don't need me anymore, they're in their light and their attainment show. And then they use it for many different reasons. Like I say all the time, that people are here, I'm just turning the light switch on so you can see, because you're the one doing the work. And once all the lights are on, I serve no purpose with you anymore. You can call me every now and then if you like, but you walk the rest of the way because now you can see. Because your light, I already see. I see, but I'm not going to tell you. I want you to see and discover for yourself. And when they have the ability to do that, that's it. I don't need to do anything else. They're their own God now. They do not need me anymore. So I've seen this time and time again when they are in that space, how their gifts start to show. And everyone has one. So I'm speaking of this just from experience as well. So even with me, even I had all these experiences growing up, but once I started doing the inner work, everything got enhanced like tenfold. And then new gifts was more gifts was discovered that I had that I didn't even know about. I didn't even realize. So that's what I mean. It's like it's there. Whatever your purpose is, it's not going to look like mine. And you might not want to, because not everybody can handle walking around seeing different energies and spirits around and look and keep going. Some of us would be freaked out by that. It's not meant for everybody. Everybody can't do that, you know. So it's if it's not for you, it's not for you. Like some people won't be able to communicate with animals, especially if you're afraid of dogs and you hate them. You're not going to want to communicate with them, are you? You know. So it's different from everybody. Like our Isis she wants to take the herbs, but she has no interest of growing them, learning them, or anything because it's that is not her gift. And some people have a natural gift for that. They use that for healing, because their light, once they touch it and once they make it, is automatically healing the person that they're giving it to. Their energy is healing as well. So it's everyone has their path to walk. Everyone has a job here, a true job here. And trust me, your job is meant to help others in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. We are all of service. And I like that what you just said about the coaching and allowing them to be their own. Because I don't believe in the coaching where people need to need you. You're like, so what do I do next, coach? No. That is codependency. That is not what I teach. I like them to find their own way too. And I think that's the best way.
I
Yeah,
like to
they
agree
carry
with
them.
that. I would like to say that there's definitely a vote or an increase of confidence. You need to have that confidence. And if you don't have it, we need to slowly work on your confidence every single day until you believe it. Because it's all about speaking your reality. It's all about speaking your mental or whatever it is that you're trying to do. But if you sit there and you say, oh, I can't, oh, this is stopping me, I can't do it, it's not going to happen.
Yes, Fluffy. Yes. Definitely.
Yeah, changing your
So
mindset is
then,
not an easy task. It's a intentional task, and it's not easy. It is not easy because that mind of yours is tough and it's gonna fight back. So you're right. You
yeah,
have to train it.
ego death is the hardest.
Oh yeah. She bring out all the weapons to fight. Every
Kicking
single
and
one.
screaming. And so many excuses. But what if? But you see, so many excuses. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But the thing is, learn because you can't quiet. You. I know people say like, "Oh, quiet the mind, silence the mind," but you're not really quieting because the brain has to be the brain. It tells your body like the blink and the wall. It's there for a reason, right? So you're not really quieting it. It's just you're changing your relationship with it. You learning how to not attach yourself to those thoughts and only move from your heart mind. That's what the training really is because the thoughts are going to be there. It's you can't just take your brain out and it's like oh, the brain is going to do what the brains do and it accumulates thoughts. That's what it does.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
we just have to change our behavior, and that's why I said the other day, last one, like I was like, I don't listen to. I call her a bitch because that's what she is. I don't listen to her at all. She talks all day, but I do nothing she says. I pay no attention to her because she is not my friend. She leaves me in all kinds of crazy stuff. I got years and years of proof of that. So I don't pay
So
any attention to her.
I like to do a little exercise on how I train the mind because the mind will always, especially when you're trying to silence the mind, because that never works. So I like to tell my mind that you are valuable. You are so valuable. And when you tell the mind it's valuable, it feels very important and it wants to know what's going on. So it quiets, it calms down. And then the body also has to feel safe for you. So you want to say, I am safe. You are safe. For the body to relax and to drop down and to surrender, to come into that moment of safety. And then I talk to the heart and I say, I trust you. I trust you. Show me the way. And I found that just by that, it's very easy for me to drop into that zero state. Am I hanging?
No, I mean, it's like affirmations. In the beginning, when I first started practicing, I had to do a lot of those affirmations too. It's a good way to start, especially when you first start, and you have to. And I call
Absolutely.
that the going back, the returning to the now, returning to the now until you're only in the now. You're only in that space of awareness. And in those stages, when you're first training yourself to only be in your awareness, affirmations are good, especially for me, because I was a serial overthinker. I mean, like,
You called it serial overthinker.
yeah,
That is a new
yeah,
one.
I was, yeah,
Serial overthinker. Mm.
I was, and I was in my mind, and when you're an overthinker, your mind tricks you and say like, oh, you're not even thinking at all, so it's like I was an overthinker, not even knowing I was an overthinker, because
It
you're so
is.
used to it. Yeah, that's how I perceived it, as that's how I was surviving. My intelligence was the only way I was surviving. I had that type of mindset until I realized that intelligence mean nothing. Only true wisdom is the source. Being smart, being intelligent, being full of worldly wisdom is useless. Really, it really doesn't help you in any kind of way. But I was so attached to my intelligence and attached to my IQ, attached to the fact that I could outthink any and everybody, outsmart any and everybody, regardless of the condition I was in, regardless of my background, how I grew up. I took pride in being the smartest person in the room. Then I also took pride by not letting people know, and then letting them know. I all those games, the mental games I played with people, I was really playing them with myself. I took real pride in that. Like, yeah, I could do this. I'm finna outsmart this person, outsmart that, and I did. So I went from in my 9 to 5 career, I went from working as a receptionist with not a college degree, and I worked my way up to all the way to assistant CSFO. I was the city financial. I worked for the mayor. I did all of that. No college degree. I worked my way up because I knew I had a higher IQ. I know I was smarter than everybody, and I used my intelligence to do all of that. And I took pride in it. And then to the point where I realized, but I still wasn't happy. I was still miserable. I didn't know what was going on, but because I wasn't living in my authentic self. I hate math. So why am I fighting to be an accountant, working as an accountant, and I hate math? I despise math. So, but that's what I was doing. I spent years working my way up, doing all of that, making this money, doing this and doing that, but hating everything that I was doing. But my intelligence allowed me to learn what people went to school for. All I needed to do was open up a book and learn it, and I knew more than they did. That's why I was able to get the jobs I was able, because I was able to speak as if I had all this education. But all I had to do was read a book and retain the
Fake it till you
information.
make it. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I hate math. I mean, I hate math. But you see how dumb the mind makes you think. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm a full-fledged accountant. I'm working for the mayor and everybody, doing budgets. Doing all this stuff, and turn out like I hate math. I hate it. Yeah, and then when it finally hit me and when I had to like just give it up, I literally just walked away from it because it was a lot of other things going on too. But I just give that as an example of how the mind plays with you. Because they didn't make me above or better than anybody else at all. Because I was really just playing with myself. I was tricking myself. I was fooling myself. I was outsmarting myself.
And how does that make you feel?
I feel nothing for it now. At the time, I was miserable, but right now, I just like it's a story I tell now, but I have no triggers for that anymore like I used to, because all that has been plucked out of me the way I was trained and how I was taught. So one by one, and it was not an easy process for me. Like I said, I was an overthinker. And I held on to that so-called perceived intelligence, like I was going to outsmart my own teacher, and that was never going to happen. And I thought I was, and he would just laugh, like, okay, go do it your way, and I see you next week. And he would see me the next day. Because so I was already messing up. I was already not getting it, not fully understanding, because I was trying to think my way into spirituality, and that it does not work that way. It does not work that way. So I learned that lesson the hard way over and over again until I just finally just stopped and actually became intentional and started doing the work that I was told to do. And then I was able to start see the difference in what I was supposed to do. And then not the difference in my mindset, but the difference in my behavior, how I approach things. And when I start having those moments of awareness or glimpses of the light, knowing what that peace felt like, I wanted more. So I sought after it more. But like again, going back to like the affirmations you were saying, that worked for me in the beginning stages to bring me back into the now. I would do that I would wake up doing affirmations. I would go to bed doing affirmations. I would do it throughout the day, because that helped me with the process. That was a tool for me to help. It helped me from the overthinking that I was doing. So it was one of the many tools that I used.
Yeah. So yeah, and I used to hear people saying, it'll get to a time where everything will get easier. You don't have to like feel like this, but you have to put on the work. Your foundation has to be there for you to be able to elevate, because we all start somewhere. Don't think, oh my goodness, how will I ever get there? It's a step by step. It's a moment by moment thing. You have to learn how to crawl before you can fly. It is a work in progress, and yes, it always gets easier. And yes, there is no destination. I just hate to say that sometimes, because we all feel like we are heading somewhere sometimes, but before enlightenment, they say what? Cut grass and wash dishes. After enlightenment, you chop, you do the same thing. It's never a destination. It's never a destination.
No. And you have to wake up before you could be enlightened too. People don't know, right? Like it's steps to this. And then wisdom is infinite. So you never stop growing. You never stop learning. Even where I am, I'm still growing and learning. Even when I write, like when I write a lesson plan, and then when I create a lecture, some things come out of me like, oh goodness, I didn't even know that. It comes as I teach. It's like I can't even express how those that I've coached have helped me learn and grow in the same, because it's going to be that sacred exchange. It's going to be a back and forth. I've learned a lot just by teaching and coaching.
Yeah.
And when I write, and when it comes over me, it has to come. It has to be like, oh, Trina, go write. And I go write stuff like, oh my goodness, like how? Oh, because even when before I started teaching, I started coming up with this plan, like what I coach and teach. It's a way to do it. I mean, even my teacher, he already told me, he's like, oh, you're gonna climb the same mountain I did, but you're gonna climb in a different way. I didn't understand what he was saying until now, that I'm teaching how I was taught, but in a different way, because the method, the process, and the lesson plan it all just came out of me within like in a few days time, a week, and I sat there and wrote it all because it just flowed out. That I shocked myself, like, oh, look at this. So, but that's what I'm saying. Like once you reach that point, like you can't help but to live in your light, because you nothing but light. So only your authentic self is going to show. It's going to come out, regardless. It's just going to be there. So and you can't deny it. You can't stop it, and you're just living in it. And you're going to just naturally do what you came here to do. You're going to serve your purpose, regardless.
Regardless, yeah. Welcome in, Valentine. How are you? Hi, Shannon. Welcome in. Coach, keep talking, please.
Okay, I have to step
No one is
down now.
talking.
Well, I have ACT prep that I have one of my children I need to take them to.
Well, at least you're telling us everything. That's so cute.
Because life is life. My life just I do that so people can know. People have this image of what spiritually inclined people are supposed to look like because of what media has showed us, and I'm like, it's not. It's just nothing I do or have makes me special. It's regular. It's normal. It's not rainbows and unicorns. It's life is life. It's not, I'm not pretending to be anything but a mother of 8, happily married to my beautiful Nigerian husband. I'm in love more than I can even express, and that's it. It's my second marriage,
Katrina.
and I have regular stuff
yes,
to do.
Radiant King.
I have regular stuff to do. Yeah, I have regular stuff
8
to do.
children.
8.
Yes, you heard right. Yes.
8.
You were
And
getting
all natural births except for the last 2, because I was in my 40s, and I'm like, y'all pump me up with everything y'all got, because I'm not doing it anymore. If you gotta go to the corner, go to the corner. I'm not doing it anymore. But
That is so.
But
that's
yeah.
like, I only got 2, and I'm like ripping my hair out. Well, how did you do it?
I don't know. I know, but my children was part of my spiritual journey too. Watching them helped me out a lot. Just watching and observing them helped my spiritual growth as well. It was a purpose behind it. And I use what I learned in parenthood, and that's how I help a lot of people that I coach and deal with children, I be honest about it. Like I always say, I tell people, I'm like, children are selfish as hell, but they have to be. That's how they survive. It's up for us to teach them so they can leave it behind. The selfishness is not supposed to last until adulthood. It's supposed to it goes away if we teach them properly when they start being able to do things for themselves. But they have to be selfish. I say that because a lot of people look at being selfish as something bad. I was like, no, it's something good, but it's a tool that we're supposed to drop and leave at some point in our life, like in childhood, before we leave our parents' house. Because if the child is not selfish, they're not going to survive. They have to be selfish to get what they want and need from us as parents. They have to have it. you know. So it's not a bad thing, and we shouldn't punish the child for naturally doing things they're supposed to do to survive. You know, so it's little things, and I've learned that just from being a parent. And I have different stages. My oldest is 27, my youngest is 6. So, but yeah,
27?
I got AC. I got 27. So now I have I have ACT prep, which that's very important because I don't want to pay for college. Who wants to pay for college? I haven't paid for
We
college
wanna
yet.
do
I have
that.
3 adult children. I haven't paid a dime. And I tell my children, I was like, do not break this streak. Do not break this streak. Keep it going. So ACT prep, I'm taking to ACT prep because I'm like, dude, like, I'm not paying for college. There's too much free money out there, and you need to do your part to get it.
No breaking, no sudden movements. Stay.
No, I have 6. I have 6 boys and 2 girls. 6 boys and 2 girls. She said 8 men. No. I have 6.
Welcome
6
back,
boys.
Ray.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tag your it.
So, but yeah, there.
Oh my goodness. Amazing.
And I'm going out and embarrassing
so
my
much.
son because I'm in a house dress, and a hoodie. So he's about to fuss, and I'm like,
Yeah.
who am I impressing? I'm already married. I'm not trying to catch nothing.
I don't believe in that though.
I
don't
know.
believe-
That's why I got my husband in one of these house dresses.
Try a little bit. Put on something nice. Not because of catching another man. So you don't
comfortable.
embarrass him a lot. I know we like to be in a comfortable,
Embarrassing.
like-
Hey, I'm not embarrassed. If he's embarrassed, it's a personal problem he really has to deal with. And I've told him that.
Just kiss him over the
Because
face.
you should be
and
happy
that
to
will
do
do
it.
it.
Oh my God, kiss him.
That
You know,
will do
you get
it.
all these
But
hugs and kisses when they're young, but when they get older, they stop. And then when they get out the house, they start back giving you hugs and kisses. So that stopped with him
I
when he
know
was
the
about
answer to
7 or
that.
8. But when he gets out the house, like when he started being on his own, then he'll start giving me hugs and kisses again.
oh,
That's how boys are.
How old
Alright.
was he when he started doing it again?
Oh, all of my sons, like, as soon as they get out the house, they start visiting home, then I get the hugs and kisses again.
Yeah, that's cute.
So I had to wait like 10 years before I get another hug and kiss.
10 years?
10 years is crazy.
You know, because they stop around 8. You know, when they're 8, they stop being that affectionate because, you know, they think, oh, I'm a man now because they turned 10 or something.
Oh, 8. Oh.
That's how boys are, but you
So
have to
I'm
just let
expecting
children.
that.
You just have to let them grow natural.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ravens
and not be
Johnny.
not even attached to
Let
them
me
because
put
they're
you
their own
down.
people.
Thank you so much today. Ravens did not jump today. Let me celebrate you. No running. I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Raven. Okay, coach, you kiss that boy for me. I appreciate you.
Radiant.
Welcome in, Natasha. Let me put you down softly. Thank you so
Bye,
much.
Raven.
Morty! I see you down there, Morty. What are you doing down there?
Where is Morty? Isis, you thought you talk a lot? You don't talk a lot. We all talk like this.
No, indeed.
We all
You're
talk
right.
like this.
There are some ladies out here that seriously feel
Thank
insecure
you so
about
much,
how
coach.
much they
See you
talk.
soon.
You guys should not
I do
feel
the
that way.
same.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't feel insecure about it. That's you. No, it's not
I'm not
insecure.
We
pointing
talk
it at you.
I'm
enough
very respectful. Yes,
I'm not
I'm
pointing it at
disrespectful.
you.
you're not. I just wanted to state that. I
Okay.
believe that you're saying it on a general across the
Yeah,
board
and you
thing.
see,
Okay.
there
Okay.
were
Cool.
no
Cool. Cool.
apologies. There were no. We just
I
talk.
thought you were.
Just
I thought you
talk.
thought I was pointing at you. I just didn't.
No.
Okay. Good. Good. Good.
Mm-mm.
We on the same
Radiant
page. Is good.
K, if you wanna talk, you just talk. You know, you just talk.
I'm in a listening
Yes.
mood today.
Oh, she's staying. I thought she was going ready. I was like, bye,
No,
Radiant.
I'm
No,
still
no,
here.
no.
Okay.
I'm still
We
here.
just
I'm just in
talk.
a
You know, we
I'm just
talk.
in
I
the
love it.
listening mood. I'm just in a listening mood today for some reason. My
Yeah,
mind just said it's time to listen and
exactly.
learn.
You are safe to talk.
Yeah,
You just
I
Yeah.
like
talk.
to talk.
It's so
I'm
beautiful.
talking. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. And I love your spirit. Sometimes that whew, sometimes it's rough when you are energy, when you read energy. You know, people think that that's, it's
And you
easy.
can
It's just,
hear thoughts, and yeah, I know that.
yeah.
But
Oh, you
when
know,
you can
fam.
put
And
yourself, yeah, it's a
mm-hmm.
practice.
And so Radiant, your oh no, I wasn't saying it like somebody else do it. It's just I can read energies. And sometimes it's like Radiant has such a beautiful energy.
Thank
If
you.
y'all knew what her energy is made of, it's like if you remove the frame, right, and you seen like neon pinks and
Oh wow.
butterflies and
Wow.
vibrant blues and
You
stuff
can
like
see
that,
all this? You
that's
can
what.
see
And it
all
doesn't
this?
have it. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to
Wow.
do with her name. That's probably why you picked that name, because you're in line with that. But yeah, so it's like when you see that and you like, when they gonna say something? When they gonna shine the energy?
No.
I mean, but I'm not mad. You in a listening mood. I respect, but I always like when you talk and you sharing,
Yeah. I am.
Raven too. Raven has that kind of
Yeah.
hers wasn't. I don't see like the neon. Everybody's different, so I don't see like the neon blues and pinks. But Radiant, she had this she's gone too now, but she had not Radiant. You too, Radiant, but that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Raven. Yes, Raven
Mm-hmm.
had these dark not bad dark rich browns and greens and you ever seen those rich colored roses
Yeah,
and
dark
yeah,
colors, dark
that
brown.
kind of and just flourishes with these pops of yellow, and you know what I'm saying. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. It really is. And when they talk, it's like how do I explain it? When you see energy, okay, so the energy is like a picture, right? It's just sitting there. But when you talk and move, it moves. You don't have to be in the presence, but you are projecting your, because we all energy. So this again is make believe. So when you talk or make movement of it, or a suggestion or an intention, it moves. It moves with you because you are the energy. So yeah, that's the best thing about people's, their pure energy when they talk and share. It's just wonderful.
Thank you,
And
sis.
Fem, I ain't even gonna get to you.
So my thing, this is like the end of the week. At the end of each week, I try to sit and analyze what I've learned for the whole week. So I keep a diary. Every single day I have to learn something new. So at the end of this week, what I've learned is the power of words. So at the end of the week, I learn I need to use the power of hearing, listening a bit more, because words are so powerful. When you listen deep into what people say, a lot of people get they give different meanings to what people say, but if you listen deeply, there are so many messages you get blessed with. And from when I learned that, it's like my brain just tuned into like, okay, time to listen. So that also means if I have to say something, it's now made me more self-aware of what I say, because words are so powerful. So I feel like, except I have something I really feel like I need to say, it's best to just listen. So that's what I learned this week. So I'm practicing it today by just sitting here, absorbing and listening and appreciating everyone and all their comments, their energy, what they're saying.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much. But at the same time, I don't have anything to say. So it's best I just listen. So that's
Yes.
why I've been very quiet today, just
Oh
listening.
yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
still
And
here.
you are correct. When you listen, you can hear a lot. People will ask me, "Are you over there quiet?" I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
And
Yeah,
Isis,
I'm
today
taking it
you
all in.
are this week you have learned not to apologize for talking.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have. Yes, I
Shouldn't
have. I didn't
apologize.
even realize I was doing it so much.
Great thing
I
about
don't know.
Isis,
It comes from a truly respectful place.
Isis,
And
I
Isis,
know,
you're an
That's
old
why I'm saying it.
soul. Yay! Isis'
yeah.
soul is so rich and old. So when I say old, not old as in old, but it's
No,
so
it's old. You're right.
it is so deep. So it takes someone who's in tune to actually be able to flow in that realm that she's in. She's in a different level. I'm not joking with you. So when you're speaking, you go in deep. You go in deep, and you should never apologize. Please speak your truth at all time, because as you're speaking the truth and people listening, they will slowly measure up. They are listening and they are understanding. You might think, oh, you've trailed off. No. Just speak your truth. Don't hold back. Because we are listening. We may not be there yet, but we're coming up and we're listening.
Yeah.
The
And
more
it's
you put
and
out
it
there, we're listening. We're getting it, and we're like, okay. And then next time you say something, it becomes a lot more comprehensible because we heard what you said before. So please never apologize for being you. You're amazing, sis.
thank you so much. And
Absolutely.
it comes from so much love. It comes from so much love. I love the whole world and everybody, and you all are a part of me. But I have a special love for. Oh, it's gonna make me cry. I know I'm so emotional. I have a special love
And that is
for.
what you are taking care of here in this
Yeah,
room. We
I have
are
a
taking
special
care of
love.
that.
I got a special love for film. I got a special love for this room. Radiant, wet and fluffy. I don't know you, Tamar. I'm just meeting you, and I think Valentine is new. I don't remember meeting Valentine, but y'all know the regulars that come in here because it truly is like my family. I don't have a family, and I understood that when I went on the journey and all of that good stuff. So it's also really, really fulfilling. It's really, really a place where I am able to be balanced. I'm able to receive something as well as give it, and I don't have to give it if I don't want to. I can come and just be here. That you all make me feel like it's all right to do that, like you feel home, like you go home to chill. you go into work, you know that
Absolutely.
somebody's going to expect you to do something because you at work, but you go home or you go visit your family, you know, you might talk, you might shed some light on something, or you might be in the kitchen cooking with your sis, or you might be sitting on the couch watching a movie with the family. That's how I feel here. I'm able to, and it's a very big relief for me because most of the time it's not work for me because it's a part of my life, but most of my hours are as if you would walk into the job because I'm I'm always regulating. People think, oh, when you ascend, it is this great place of peace. Well, it can't be, because where you live is not peace. You have the peace. The peace is within you, but the world is not. So there's always energies moving, doing. Alchemy becomes a regular thing. Alchemy is something that you will do for eons and eons and eons, past this lifetime, past this dimension. It is, you are expansion. So when we get it to a nice lovely place, then it'll all be like just creation. Finn, what we gonna make today? Radiant, what you think about this? Let's create that. It will be that eventually, but we kind of have to make it. Right now it's a bunch of, concrete blocks of energy, having to be burned through before we can get to that heal even place. So yeah, it's like going on a jog. It's like, I'm just like, oh, I love it. I wouldn't give up anything for it. The expansion that I've had and all the journeys I've had has been amazing. But yeah, to go back to a place where we are all in the one, where we all return to the one, that's a beautiful thing. Oh, film. Okay. So I
Yes.
want to tell you what I see when I see you, since I had, what I seen radiant. So you have like, when I see your energy, it's like, it's not like, I don't want to say the corny light, but everybody say, oh, I see the light. Not that type. It is that type, but it's not that type. It is so rich. If you know what gold originally looks like, if you ever had a really, really good piece of gold, and not the little 9 carat, 10 carat, the real carated gold, it glows in itself, and in it has these inflections, right? They're like little bronze, copper inflections, at that metal being burned down to its core, its best operable form, its purest form, its shiniest form, and it's rich, and it's full with that whole picture of you is full with that color, and the energy is rich like that, and it just flows and flows, and it's got like shades of white, and it's not like it's not colored. Like you see colors when you are like when you're laughing and playing and stuff like that. You see these other rich colors that kind of flow out and align the aura, but the inside of it is always like if you were to walk into a crystal building, or a crystal house, and you walked in and everything was rich and a glow. If you did see color, the color is rich, but it's mostly gold and white, and it just flows like a blanket, and like it just envelops you. Like, ooh, like, come on in. That's you. That's you all day long. So I'm addicted.
Thank you so much,
That's you.
sister love. Ooh.
Oh, absolutely. And when she see,
I'm
like
all
now
bling
she
bling.
playing,
I'm
yeah, you
all
get the
bling
color.
and
It's
bling.
amazing. It's
Oh,
amazing.
my bling is your bling. The bling
Yes,
you
it
see in
is. Yes,
me
it
is
is.
the bling you see in you. I'm just
Yeah. Well,
a
a
mirror
lot
of
of it
what you
too
see.
is places that we've been. So I don't know what your
Absolutely.
full memory is, and I don't have full memory, but one of our lives, Like you I think you mentioned it too before I could even mention it. We were priestesses together, and we worked in, I don't want to say work because it wasn't work then, it was who we are, it was what we did. And the
You
place is
served.
like that. It's like pillars. Yes, yes. Well, we were always observant because I don't know if you remember all the way back where you are, where you from, but we ain't gonna talk about it on here. But it's well past that. It's ISIS and Nefty type of shit. But anyway, Tiamat, like way back, it's real deep. But this particular life, where I know that it's you. I have many lives. I don't know all the people. I don't remember all the details. I would be lying if I told you I did, but I have 9 lives that I remember in very much detail. But anyway, one of them, we work in, I gotta stop saying work. We're in this hall together. It's a crystal hall. And it's not just us two, but it seems to be us two that have a very tight bond. But it's several women, and everybody has white. We all have white gowns. They are embroidered at the waist, and we have the bold gold necklines that are gold that come across the top with the arms out, girl. Ooh, I had a cute body too. So we was there, honey. And that's where we were, and it was, oh my goodness, the energy was so heightened. It felt nothing like here. So I can't even attempt to explain it. Not now. I can, but I'm not gonna go through in depth now. But that is a life. And we are in service, and we're sitting there. We meet there all the time, but we don't live there. But we come there and we serve there, and we spend many hours there. And we do some ceremonies where we are pulling other divine feminine in. Yeah. So I know you, girl.
I know you too. I do. Valentine, you want to say something before we close?
I was
Because
just
I know you wanted to
listening.
say something.
Yeah, I wanted to
Melon,
go.
welcome back. And I
I wanted to
noticed that your
comment.
membership, you forgot to renew your HACMI. So I don't see you in the, I just
What?
see you jet in.
Oh, I was just like, what? I just renewed my subscription to ESPN, so I should be there.
No, I mean your
Yeah.
HACMI, your
I
daily
know.
HACMI.
That was just a
Yeah.
little side joke. ESP.
I know.
Actually seems great.
It's too American of you. I know.
What is that supposed to mean? Hey, what Isis was saying, I've heard this before from the Council of Elders, from the regions of light of the all radiance. I've heard this before in a message. And it was in 1988, and I was 10 years old. And I lost it until recently. Like, I had this information when I was 10, and then it went away, right? Because life happens and families and things. But then I had that one night that woke me up, where I embraced the darkness and came out to shine bright in the light. And Isis said something about, in the beginning, we were all together. We were all like, I see it as pieces of glass or a mirror, right? And so we're able to come together from being little pieces and really shine bright. And wow, it just kind of threw me off for a second when she read that, and I just wanted to share it with everybody. In the beginning, there was an emission, an explosion of idea energy from source into the void. Before that separation, there had been no void. Source had always been a totality. It is not possible for there to be both God and a void, but where there is separation of source into its aspects, the void occurs, and this is what happened. So aspects burst out within source into what has no boundary or limits. Aspects were extending source beyond the self, and as always, that changed is chaotic. So having this ideal itself is like being born, and when we are coming together and remembering that we were all once together, and then the explosion of idea energy is how we separated and spread all over the universe. And so now it feels like this is the time in the grand light sequence. Earth is becoming like a new star, and cycles are synchronizing. The grids are being shifted. We are all the gatekeepers, the stewards of Earth. We are all constructing a human grid to template the planet. We are still in the harmonic convergence. So what it's saying is like, we are all responsible for this. And there are those that will receive the message and be open to more information, be open to share with others. And it's like our creational formulation.
Yeah,
So
true.
I just wanted to give that out there for everyone. There's more. There's this document is really long.
You're talking and my heart is clapping with joy. Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
that.
Yeah, okay.
Valentine.
You're welcome.
Yes, how are you?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Isis,
my heart.
Isis
Oh,
brought it out of me. Isis brought it out. She was talking about that.
she
We,
tends to do that. She does.
it was really great. And so thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah, and
much.
and now
I
my
mean,
heart,
it's
my
it's what we
heart.
supposed to do. It's a
I
it's
know.
a frequency. And once you have gone, when you ascend, you don't see what other people see anymore, and that's okay, because again, it's everybody's journey. It's what you chose to do, but consciousness is expanding, and the whole point is to one day be the all. You're connected anyway. But
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, me
Valentine?
too. I had, yeah, thank you. Me too. I had this to share that we tend to say that we have power in our words, what we say, and we have power in our thoughts. But recently, I discovered there is also power in the desire or in the hatred. Maybe you feel like you hate something. Eventually, after some time, I had discovered whatever I could feel like I don't like it, it could mysteriously live out of my life. And whatever I could like desire, even if I never talked it to anyone, even if I didn't think of it, I just desired it in my heart. Somehow I could find the thing finding its way to me. So instead of what I will also say, instead of channeling, maybe talking everything like so that it can happen or so that it can manifest, we can use this power that I have discovered, the power in the heart, the power to desire or hate. If there is anything that you feel that this thing I don't want and you don't know how to remove it, just keep hating on it. The thing will find its way out of you. And if there is something that you really want, don't work hard on thinking too much of how are you going to get it. You will give yourself a headache for nothing. Yet there is power in you. Only when you desire it passionately, you just feel you desire it and you accept that it's your heart that desires. Because maybe this thing is somewhere out there. That's why your heart is connecting to it. And then you feel that desire. Because if it was not meant for you, you cannot desire it. So, and anything that you are hating on it, it's because it was put there by the evil one to hurt your life. That's why you are feeling this thing should not be in me. That's why you are hating it. So this feeling of hating and loving something, it's good for us in which way you learn to use it to your benefit, it will benefit you. That's what I had to say.
Oh,
That's
wow.
that's
I
it.
feel you,
That was it.
sister.
Because the
And
message
I feel, yeah, I feel that your heart is opening, Lady Valentine. Your
yeah.
heart is the stargate.
Oh, I think it's true because this is dedicated to those who are remembering, who are reaching beyond the experience of this planet,
Yeah,
who know
yeah.
themselves, who are remembering the beginning when we are all together like little families to which we belonged, and who are remembering who we are, why we came here, and our destiny in the stars. The stories of coming together are many, right? Some in service, others in need, all committing to the great work we are completing.
Welcome, Valentine. You found your family. We are a bunch of weirdos, but cool kids, and not really weirdos, but you know what I'm saying.
Here I say,
Thank
you talk
you.
for yourself. Ain't nothing weird about me.
It's
Look,
true because each of us,
I spent a whole bunch of time on this planet feeling weird. And now I have finally remembered who I am, and I am nothing, any parts of weird. I am exactly who I'm supposed to be. Come on with it, Phil. We are exactly who we are supposed to be. When you wake up, you are not becoming,
Absolutely.
you are remembering. And that is a beautiful thing, especially when you spoke of love and hate. There are sides to everything. The universe is about balance. So you're stepping into understanding that balance and needing both parts. It's about an integration, not a removal of anything. You are beautifully made. It's at the core of you deciding which direction expands your energy body, your consciousness. It's not a right or wrong. It's a what's right for you and what's wrong for you. What keeps you balanced, what keeps you in that direction of growth, so you can eventually, get back to the original core you. It's all the journey, and it's a beautiful thing.
Weird is okay. Western education, industrial, rich, and
I feel like we are like these notes I'm finding. It's like infinite mystery, like pieces to the puzzle, right? Of the universal hologram. We are the little pieces of the super hologram. Like I was saying, some very small mirrors. But when you put our pieces together, the mirrors become large enough to see our face together. Each has the wisdom, each idea, everyone contributes their perspective and depth to our understanding, just as each view of the hologram presents different information. So it's like we transform ourselves as the microcosms of the super hologram individually into wholeness. So we transform the whole hologram. Yeah.
Music to my ears.
There's something to it.
Oh,
Grand.
yes, Radiant K.
This is you talking radio. I'm sorry. Go
amazing.
ahead.
No, I was saying we have achieved all our goal. We have done this. Oh, today is just amazing.
Yay! Yeah. So
Yeah.
that trans is important.
Is she
that
gonna
we,
dance for us to celebrate?
Oh my
No,
goodness!
no,
And
no,
she
no,
danced
no, no, no,
yesterday.
no,
Was you
no,
that
no,
radiant? Was you that radiant when we had her dance and Femme dance for us yesterday? How nice! She took the robe up.
That,
Oh my goodness!
We are not dancing
We got all
today.
that. Yeah, we got all that. You missed out.
Did she dance yesterday? She danced?
Yes, she did. She got
I
her
was all
whole
over the
sit up
place, dropping like it's hot.
yes, and
Where
dropped
was
it like
that?
it's hot. No, guess who else danced for us? Were you there? I thought you was there, Radiant.
No, I
G
wasn't.
danced for us too. G danced for us too.
Oh wow! No, I didn't see
Oh, you
that.
Yes.
wasn't there for that either.
No,
Oh
I
my
wasn't
god.
there. I came
Oh my
late.
goodness.
Oh,
I
The
wanna
G did a
dance with
salsa
somebody.
at it.
Oh, I
Oh,
love that.
I wanna feel the heat with somebody. That's my song right there.
Yeah.
Oh my
With
goodness, this is
somebody
wonderful.
who loves me.
thank
So
you.
G is online. We can go and support
Hey
if you
G.
want.
Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna get
We
out of
have
here.
thank you so
Bye,
much.
baby
Let me drop
Bell.
you.
Bye, guys.
Thank
Bye,
you.
bye,
I
baby.
really loved. I hope you come back again. I hope you show up again. Let's all be weird together. I really do appreciate you.
Stop saying that.
It's something I take very gracefully and I wear it with honor
You
because I've
do.
been called weird for yes, yes. And
Yes,
woof,
for a very long
it's one
time.
of those
No,
things.
I mean,
no,
not
It's
you,
one
no.
of
me,
I
those
Miss
used to
things.
Thomas.
be quite offended when I hear the term weird. For
Yeah,
as
yeah.
long as
Why?
I don't know why, because because I didn't know who I was. Everyone would see me and go, you're really sweet, but you're quite weird. And I'm like,
Yeah. And
really?
the connotation they had
Wow.
behind it didn't. I mean, I was an empath even then. I wasn't an energy telepath where I can see everything, but then I could still feel the emotion and the emotion that they emoted when they call you weird and why you think that way and you seeing that, oh, you be hearing shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not nice. They don't mean anything nice when they saying you
Well,
weird.
what I've learned to do when anyone says that they'll give you a compliment and then they'll go, you're really sweet, and you're also quite weird. And I'm like, yeah, really? How weird?
Yes, and say
Yeah.
yes, and I am. And
Yeah.
sometimes I
No,
talk
no.
a lot.
I don't say I am first. I'd like to hear how weird they think I am. I'd like to hear what it is from their perspective.
I don't like which kind. Weird is
No, when
weird for me.
Yeah,
It's
when it's a negative, a lot of them try to paint it in the most polite, positive way, and I go to them and I'm just direct. I'm like, yeah, I'm like that. And if it doesn't resonate with me, I'm like, I'm sorry. I think you've misunderstood me. No, I'm not like that. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
not worried about what
okay to
people
be weird.
say anymore,
Yeah.
but I don't
Yes.
want. Again, I've gotten very into my own definition of things and redefining things because that's how I can re-aim the emotion. See, again, everything that you see outside yourself it has an energy behind it. So I redefine words all the time so I can re-guide the energy. So I don't accept weird anymore. I don't get what they mean by it.
That's true. That's true.
You talking, fam? I'm sorry.
I was talking to my sister and not you.
Oh, I was like, oh man, cut it off. See, that's what I be worried about, stuff like that. Because I know I get to talking and I don't want to ever be cutting somebody off because what you all say is so important. So, okay, good. I wasn't cutting you off. So yeah, I'm not. Go ahead, Reddy.
She was talking to her sister, I think, about you, but not to you.
I was mumbling something, not really talking. I was mumbling.
Well, she was talking trash about me. It's okay. That's my sister.
Wish.
I love you.
So can we go terror? Do you have class today, Isis?
No, not today. Not
So
today.
we go to G's.
Yep. Oh, okay. Drop me.
All right.
I'll go. All right.
Okay, so I
Y'all
follow
love me.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Wet and Fluffy. I know you're not here and you're here at the same time. Appreciate you.
Why do you keep saying he's
Tamar,
not here? He's there.
because no. He's in G's already.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I will see you there too, Tamar, right?
Yes. Tamir.
All right. See you there.
Tamir, see you later. See you soon. Thank you so
Yes.
much for being present with me. I appreciate you. Radiant K, I appreciate you. See you soon. Valentine, I am so grateful that you came up. I hope to see you again tomorrow, same time. See you. Everybody that tapped my screen, anyone that showed up in this live, I really do appreciate you. Thank you for the gifters. Thank you to the tappers. Thank you for the comments. I really do appreciate you, everybody that came here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye for now. Bye.